Makes you feel good.
All right, Carrie, you're looking good.
Thanks, Bill. I clean up well.
Yeah, I had spent some time getting one of my formal pictures up, but then I had to change computers because I had the internet knocked out, so I had to change. So,
Anyway. I empathize you with internet feed components because since the pandemic, my feed went from bad to you might as well just get out with an antenna.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate to say it. I'm on dial-up again.
Oh, you got that.
Yeah, right. So I have to go back to a rotary phone. That's how bad it is. So
Do you have the little like places you put the telephone in the back of your computer?
that is pretty much it. Right. And what you don't see, and that's why I have a picture up, is I'm actually holding an antenna.
I figured you were holding a glass of wine.
Right. No, that's an antenna just so I could actually get service. So yeah. Don't yeah.
Well, okay. I know that Elizabeth wasn't interested in the trash thing.
At least it's not tinfoil, Carrie.
That, you know what? I'm wrapped in tinfoil, so forget the antenna. I'm doing whatever I can to make it through these meetings with the
Yeah, do you
challenges.
have those like antennas coming out of your head? You're wrapped in your head is in tinfoil. And so
Absolutely.
it's all going
You know,
directly into your brain. You
yeah,
cut
you know,
out
back to that.
We have it? Oh, but
you cut the computer out of the business there. What a
Yeah.
you read
good idea.
it's frozen. You want it? Oh, yeah.
I feel like Mork in that old series, Mork and Mindy.
Yeah, I remember that.
Right? Okay.
Nanu,
That's-
nanu.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just trying to get reception.
All right. So when you have a Zoom meeting with your one-on-one with George, do you actually show your face or is it the same profile?
Now, you know, I will have to be honest. I actually called George.
Oh, so it's a telephone.
Right, because I already kind of know what he looks like. So, you know, I'm like, okay. And plus, I don't know personally if I'll be next to a computer when I'm actually having a conversation.
Okay, all right, good.
So I try to make that happen, no
right.
matter where I am.
All right.
So I'm not.
Well, I haven't seen Carrie in a month and a half.
Right. I've
That's
seen her
not true. That's not true. You've told me for the first couple of weeks that
The
maybe
first week.
Yeah,
he was coming in for a meeting in person.
Yep, he came in.
I
the
was.
first week.
Okay, guys, it's time.
Okay,
We've got 26 people on the line.
wow.
okay, well, we shouldn't say anything.
Other than
All right.
welcome.
So
I can
let's
do the roll call.
please.
Weist,
Hi.
Widmer,
Yes,
Limpris,
present.
Vice Mayor Lewis,
Here,
and Mayor DeGolia.
Yes. Okay.
Rick,
City
you're not
Council,
videoed. Can you turn your video on?
I can.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, that's your college photo.
Oh, that I had my video on, but anyway.
the City Council did meet in closed session and did provide direction to staff.
That's a little early. Okay.
Yeah, but that's okay. It's not actually on the agenda. Oh, yes, it is on the agenda, and that was the. No, actually, it isn't on the agenda, but that was appropriate. Okay, we have a presentation from the chief, which, as you know, if you've gone through the file, it's 31 slides, so it's quite long. So rather than walking through each of these slides, I suggested, and then there's quite a bit of information in the slide. I suggested that members of the council just give him your comments. We can go page by page, and if anyone has a comment, you can bring them up. Otherwise, I think we're going to be on this for a long time. So let me see it. And does anyone have any comments on the first 4 pages?
First 4 pages?
Well, I'm going to go through it. You know, the first 4 pages don't have a whole lot of information on them.
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
I have a comment on page 6.
Okay, does anybody have a comment prior to, I have a comment on page 5.
Well, I don't see how the pages are. Actually, I have a comment on page 3. I'm
Okay.
looking at.
Go ahead. Yes, there are 2 sets of page numbers, so it could be confusing.
Yeah.
There are the slide page numbers, and there are the page numbers that are part of our packet. Let's go by the slide page numbers, which that will give the chief better direction for him to be able to respond. So,
And actually, Mr. Mayor, I don't have page numbers on my presentation and I don't have video capability. If you just want to give me the title of the page, I can flip right to it.
great. Does anybody have a comment on the developmental goals?
Nope.
I actually do. And the departmental goals, Rick?
Yes.
Yeah, my question is simply, where do they come from and what is the role of the council in developing them?
So the council or the department goals are designed to mirror the council overall goals. And so on the page 4, part of the vision of the model, part of this was here when I came to the police department, and we had a group exercise where we did a little rework of it and making sure that everything that we had in line with our goals and visions was directly in line with the council goals that have been established.
Well, I have a hard time seeing that, but okay.
So just a comment on proactivity. For the most part, I thought that we were quite reactive, at least with respect to code enforcement. We're almost entirely reactive, where a resident needs to complain for the police to be engaged. Can you just comment, Chief, on departmental goal number 2 and how you view that?
So for proactivity, we're fortunate in Atherton because our call volume is somewhat low compared to other agencies around us. And so we do emphasize for officers that incidents and issues are out there and they're to be as proactive as possible, from community engagement to tracking enforcement to crime prevention, suspicious activity. So it's just emphasizing the proactive expectations that we have for our team.
Okay. Okay. Any other comment on the departmental goals?
Yeah, one comment before I get off, Chief. These are very broadly phrased, and is there somewhere else where there are more specific objectives that people are trying to hit, consistent with these goals?
We do. We have overall department objectives, and then within each vision, there's also objectives that we have detailed out that was a result of a team effort. And I can certainly get those out to Anthony to get to you.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Elizabeth, did you have a comment?
Well, just since we're on here about traffic safety, that was one of the things that I wanted to talk about. And when we get to the next, I guess it's page 6 in our binder, it would be slide number 11.
And
Okay, great.
the title, what's the title of the slide?
It's traffic collisions. But before we get there, the slides 6 through 10 have to do with a series of data of crimes from 2016 to 2019 in Atherton, San Mateo County, California, and police response times and traffic safety enforcement statistics for the same years. Does anyone have a question or comment on any of those slides?
I do.
Please bring it up.
So I was wondering in the whole pack, chart 17, traffic safety enforcement statistics, the numbers of, for example, citations and warnings seem to have gone down dramatically in 2019 from 2018. And I was wondering if there was a reason there, or that any sort of analysis that you could provide. And then also the line below it talks about the bicycle, and we bring this up. I mean, there's the numbers look low because when you go back to the reports that George puts out, it says, we have, 7 bicycle things, and these numbers look like monthly numbers. And then our input back to you all the time is, on like some of these bicycle groups that are going through here, or these people that are riding around without lights on and wearing dark clothes on the wrong side of the street, in the evening. Instead of giving them a warning, it's time that we start giving a citation to try and break the cycle. And I just don't see that happening. There hasn't been a citation given in bicycles now in over 2 years. But if you could talk about the speed citation drop, and then also refer to.
Wait. Let's take it one at a time. So the first one is Bill's observation that the citations and warnings in 2018 are significantly higher than in 2019. It's more than 100% drop or 50% drop. So could you comment on that to start?
I could. So a lot of our activity, although all of our officers are expected to do all types of enforcement, including traffic, often the burden is produced by our motorcycle officers, and we did have an impact in staffing to our motorcycle officers in 2019 when one left to go to Menlo Park. We do now have it back up to 2 full-time. At the same time, Reserve Officer TJ Boyle was also off for an extended period of time. He normally works 2 to 3 days a week, and so that's where I'm pointing the drop in that area.
Okay, that's a big drop.
Yeah.
Okay, I would say, just to stay on that point, that's a very significant drop. I mean, we went from 1,600 citations and warnings in 18 to 800 in 19, and speeding not quite as significant, but from 2,000 to 1,400. I think that's something we should, as a council, probably watch over the rest of this year.
Mayor, I'm not seeing the same numbers. Are you on the traffic safety enforcement stats page?
Yes, I am. I'm at the one you've got on your screen. If you look at the first horizontal row, other moving violations, in the second row are, I take it, speeding violations. The 2018 citations and warnings compared to the 2019 are much higher. That's the issue.
Right. Oh, I see. You're combining the 2 columns. Yes, I understand.
I'm combining the citations and warnings and just observing. And we know there's going to be a big difference in 2020 overall because of COVID-19. We've had far fewer stops. So,
but this is 2019 versus.
No, I understand. So I just think it's something we're going to want to look at closely as we go forward, because that's a big.
No, I understand, but I'm not making excuses either. But when you lose one full-time traffic officer who they spend a significant amount of their time in producing our traffic violations and stops, that's where you are going to see a reduction. Again, though, the officers are also reminded that they're also to be out doing traffic law enforcement too, not just our traffic unit being the motors.
Okay, so if I could interject, this kind of segues into my comment it's on page 6 of our binder, and it's slide 11 called traffic collisions. And
Right.
if you look at the difference between, I mean,
19 went way up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There it is. I got it.
yeah.
19's
Well,
down.
no, actually 19.
No.
So I was misreading it because in my
Oh, no, it's the
binder,
total.
I couldn't read the top bar.
Very hard.
Do you see what I'm saying? And so
Yeah.
I was
So
looking
it's
at,
really not, so that I had the same comment, but it's really not valid because it's a column of totals, not of
Right.
an individual
Yeah.
year. So
okay, so now I
So
see.
if you look at each year, you do see significant reductions, and it's an important note because for the miles driven, and you know that the miles driven have increased over the last 4 years, our traffic picture is relatively small, and we're very fortunate as a combination of enforcement and other actions within town that are, minor injury very low, severe injury, extremely low,
Okay.
fatalities,
Okay.
none for the last 5 years.
All right, Chief. So I feel a lot better because I thought it went up to 323 from 62. And I was going to say, you guys aren't doing your traffic training, safety training. So I'm sorry, my binder printout doesn't.
No, I totally understand. It is a little bit confusing on that final
Okay.
column.
Okay, fine.
Okay. So let's just go back and answer Bill's second issue, which was on the prior slide, traffic safety enforcement statistics. His comment on the bicycle row.
Yeah, so on the bicycles, and that's a good question. And what we did find out after we produced the final product is we were not including we were not including verbal warnings for bicycle stops, and I just sent George some follow-up information for the stops that we've made so far to date this year and last year. You know, as for citations, that's again officer discretion, and we also emphasize, like with any contact, use your discretion, lowest possible education first, warnings and citations. And so most of the time with our bicycle violations that they find, unless they're egregious, like the ones on Alameda running the stop sign, we've had our emphasis, and we do sometimes issue citations, but we find most valuable and productive in doing education. It's also a good tool to make stops of bicycles at night, and commonly that's to make a contact, and it's usually a verbal warning and then sent on their way.
So you don't record who gets the warning and that they got that warning, so that next time they get the same warning, they get a citation?
They do. So the verbal warnings, all of them are recorded in what we call a RIM system. And so we use that. So if we've issued a verbal warning and I stop the same person again, then we can say, hey, you were just contacted. You know, either he's a written warning or more than likely a citation. But that doesn't happen that often.
Well, I can tell you I've got some personal experience where the verbal warning wasn't to me. I was in the car. It was the window was rolled down and the guy yelled out to the cyclist, and that was it. Then so there's no taking the name down. There was no putting someone into rims. There was none of that. So all I'm saying is bicycle safety, I think, is important. More and more people are riding bikes. And you know, the bicycle groups do ride through town, and they do not stop at stop signs, and you're seeing more and more of it here. So I just thought I'd bring that up and just say, you know, I think maybe we need to tighten it up a little bit. That's the end of my comment. Thank you for addressing.
Okay, good point to make. Let's move on. Are there any comments on traffic collisions, car versus bicycle collisions? Which are the next two slides? Seeing none, how about on the slides of investigations and school statistics, including the cases from Menlo Atherton High School? Elizabeth?
So I guess my comment would be with the SRO, School Resource Officer, why are these still so high? I mean, how many hours a week does he spend there?
So Officer McDonald, our SRO, he works 4 10-hour days, and he's primarily at Menlo Atherton High School from Monday to Thursday. And those incidents aren't just him. Menlo Atherton High School, as you know, they have almost 2,500 kids. Yeah. That's twice the size of the town I grew up in. And there are a lot of challenges at that school. The administration does the best they can. We're constantly on campus doing the best we can with intelligence, information, intervention, prevention. But we have our share of decent crimes that occur at Menlo Atherton, and we're there. It's very quiet when school is out, and you know it and you feel it. When they're back in session, it keeps us on our toes and it keeps us very busy. Not just the population on the campus, but we're also dealing with young and middle-aged adults that are attracted to the campus, gang-related, different related. They bring violence onto the campus. And so it's like I said, it keeps us very busy.
Chief?
Yes.
Yes.
These incidents, the 96 cases, they are not strictly cases taken or enacted or started or involving the SRO. These are also things reported by the school and their security team.
Exactly. It's everything. It could be from it could be from parents to admin staff to officer on view to other citizens. And so it's not just the SRO, but these are all the stats that are occurring during that year at the high school. And we've recently developed some additional reports in response to requests from council that we have a better deep dive look at exactly what kind of cases that we're looking at per school. I can tell you, and it just kind of goes with the system. The private schools, you're not going to see much activity, but Menlo Atherton, just because the public school, social makeup, economic, et cetera, it's very busy and very dynamic.
Okay. Any other questions there?
If I could, Chief, the slide above, which is called school statistics, I'm just a little confused. I appreciate some clarity. If you add up community outreach plus traffic enforcement plus cases in any given year, it's way smaller than the total for incidents. So what's the big bucket of things that are going in as incidents that are not community outreach, traffic enforcement, or cases?
So a lot of the incidents, especially for the grade schools, what you're going to find is we do a lot of security checks after hours on campus. We do a lot of officer safety, public awareness education for the kids at all the schools. And a lot of it's just, and it's SRO doing his visits that would create an incident, not necessarily a case.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving on. I think that the next topic area is code enforcement. Am I right about that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that would cover the next four slides. Is there any question or comment on any of those?
I think she's doing a good job. The numbers keep going up and the amount of citations, the revenue is coming in.
Yeah, I was going to say on the first slide, the code enforcement 2016 to 2019, which is slide 20, it shows that the number of cases pending have gone up 50% from 128. I think this is a monthly average from 128 to 181.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I appreciate those comments and observation. Monica Diaz, she does an extremely good job. She is very, very busy and very active. I have experience with code enforcement from other agencies, not to the level that we have in this town and for the size of this town. And I totally get it with the quality of life issues and ordinances, rules, and regulations. Very busy and could probably actually use some assistance, but I don't know that we're to that point yet. But it does continue to grow and it's very complex work, as you all know.
It's mostly construction related, correct?
Yes, but they're also, it can go from, bollards in the right of way to plants encroaching, and these can be, as you all know, it may seem small to a lot of people. It can get very emotional with some of our residents and some civil issues between residents. And so at times, it's not just her going out, it can be negotiating a dispute between the parties and spending a lot of time on the phone and the email. It's a lot of work. Even the small things create a lot of work, and we're trying to keep our residents satisfied and happy, and it's just a lot of work.
Yeah.
If I could.
Through the mayor.
Yes, please, Kerry.
If I can get in one comment. I just want to, everybody to notice that a substantial increase in calls through dispatch, and they work really hard to route everything. So our volume of calls is, increasing to 29,420. So, kudos to them for all the good work that they do, because they direct everything.
Okay.
I appreciate that as well. And I think it's important to note that unlike a lot of dispatch centers, we typically have one dispatcher on duty, sometimes two during the day. We're very fortunate that between Monica Diaz, Jennifer Frew, and Erica Johnson used to be a dispatch supervisor at another agency. So they're constantly there assisting and backing up when we do have ongoing incidents. But they're the face of the department, and they're part of the big reason we have such support from our residents.
Okay, Bill?
Yeah, so on the code enforcement charge, do we pass on if somebody gets a citation and they have a certain amount of time to pay? Are we passing that back, to the county for collection, or what do we do with those? I noticed that, obviously somebody in 2017, they, I guess they had interest accrue on something and they paid more than what was due, but in the follow 2 years, the collections are 53.6% and 78.3%. So what are we doing about that? And
That's a good question.
I don't know, Chief, if that's your issue or if it should be going to the city attorney, or what do we do? George,
That's
maybe.
something I'll check. George maybe knows. I don't have the answer to that, if we're sending those to collections or not.
Chief, what is that statistic? Is that statistic, it's the citation collection rate, but is it the amount that we are sending to collections, or is it the amount that we're collecting and the difference is what's being sent to collections?
That's a really good question. I'll have to verify that with Monica and respond back to you all.
Right, okay. All right, thanks.
One thing,
You can just let George know, and George can let us know in his Friday email, or you can send an
I
email.
will. One thing to note that I had to double check, if you see for the heritage tree penalties, almost $90,000 in 2019, and I know that Sally's been working on a new ordinance for that. It has become a real issue in town, especially with all the construction.
Yeah.
Okay, Mike?
Yeah, I was going to comment on that heritage tree real quick. That strikes me as not inappropriate. I'm not surprised to see that number. I'm actually kind of happy that it's where it is.
I
In the
agree with
sense
that.
that reflects something real. My question though is on the how to read total citations issued. We have approximately 2,000 homes. Is that right, in Atherton, something like that?
2,500.
Okay, so 354 citations. Are they clumped, or is it 15% of the homes in Atherton are being cited for something?
It just depends on the type of calls that she receives. A lot of things are mitigated through warnings, and she also tracks the same warnings like we do citations. If there's been a warning, it can go to a written warning. It can go to an admin site.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, Chief. I'm not clear with my question. Out of the 354 citations, do you think that reflects 500 homes, or I'm sorry, that reflects 200 homes, or 100 homes, or 354 homes?
It's hard to say because there can be multiple citations out of one call or a repeated call back to the home. So I can verify that for you.
If you go through the detailed code enforcement report that we've gotten, you'll see that quite a number of the citations go to the same party.
Yeah.
Right? Because they don't respond the first time and the citation dollar amount goes up. So you know, somebody who's non-responsive might get 6 or 7 citations, and those that are responsive will only get 1.
Okay.
Right, they compound.
And I think this number is additive of each individual citation, whether it's a repeat to the same person.
Yeah, I think that's correct. If it's not too much trouble, Chief, I'd be interested to hear how many different properties receive a citation over the course of a year.
I made a note, and we'll get that to you.
Great, thank you.
Out of curiosity, I apologize, Rick, on this particular topic. Is there a point where a project gets shut down if code enforcement has hit it with so many citations?
Yeah.
If it's a construction site?
Yes.
It would depend on the situation. I mean, one response can red tag, or if they need to be shut down, or it can be cumulative till we finally have the documentation. We need to then shut it down. And when we do that, I'm always in contact with George, and then we're also working with Mona to make sure that we're in the right area in the ballpark of what we're dealing with.
Right, and this is Mona speaking, and it also depends on what the specific violation is. If it's a health and safety issue, they are potentially subject to being shut down, versus if they don't have the appropriate permits. And we would do an administrative citation, not shut them down if something has already occurred but needs to be remedied.
Yeah, thank you. I was just curious if it was, a compound issue where a neighbor would continue to complain, and then they would call us and say, why aren't you guys doing anything about it? This process seems ridiculous that you're not handling it. So it sounds like it's handled through an administrative method.
Pretty much. Okay. Any other comments on citations and code enforcement? Okay, the next couple slides deal with property and evidence liaisons with the district attorney and the police budget.
And I couldn't read it, actually.
Yeah.
So I don't have a comment on it.
Maybe a broad comment is when you use light font or letter and numbering, it's very hard to read. So if we use dark font, it would be better.
I thought it was very
Understood.
No comments on those sections. Next couple pages deal with, next 4 pages deal with community outreach.
I hope we can have the National Night Out again.
Yeah.
It has been delayed until, I believe, September or October. But we do plan to have it again. And I think, we didn't want to go overboard on community outreach, but I do recall when I first came to the police department and working with you all, one of my marching orders was to make sure that we're doing a lot of community outreach. As you all know, it's a challenge to do in this community, but I think we've been doing some great things over the last several years. And every time we get an opportunity for outreach, Citizens Academy, through ADAPT, anything, we are all over it and trying to always be out there in front for our residents.
Yep.
Great. Okay, the next slide deals with alarms versus false alarms.
We've seen this a lot, so.
Well, and also
Yeah.
it deals with burglaries, which I just wanted to, excuse me, that was one of my first comments back in the beginning, because our crimes, continue to go up the last 2 years. And then overall in San Mateo County, it's also gone up quite a bit, but in California, it's gone down.
You're looking at slides that we dealt with a long time ago.
Yes, but here it is. It's the top one of the challenges. It seems like that is one of our top challenges is burglaries.
Yep, I had a question, Chief, which is on in 2019 under the alarm versus false alarm, it shows that officers responded to 1,219 alarms and that there were false alarm cards mailed to 383 people. And why is that? Is that because the first number is for a greater time period?
No, that's a good question, and it should be more consistent with what we respond to once it's declared false.
Right. So if you could look into that and get back, that would be great.
I'll work with dispatch. One thing that's disappointing, as you all know, and I do appreciate your support on the false alarm ordinance. You all did some very diligent work on crafting that and getting it out. And I wish I had better news. I was hopeful that we would see a more reduction or impact. I'm still not deterred. I'm going to continue to work on it, but it's still, one thing about COVID, I will say, it's been very quiet with false alarms because everybody's home. But it does continue to be a very big issue for the police department, and we will continue to work on getting those numbers down.
Good. Okay, any comments on challenges?
Well,
We
I brought up the
spent the
burglaries.
30 minutes on this I expected to spend.
Okay.
And we're moving on to item number 5, which is the city manager's report.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Staff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. You have the city manager's written report, which is the standard report with all the various departmental reports attached to it. Staff's on the phone prepared to answer any questions you might have. However, there is an action item out of this one. It's a discussion of, well, it's a certification of the continuing emergency and ratification of such rules and regulations enacted by the Director of Emergency Services. And then consideration of approval of a lease waiver for Player Capital Tennis. And Michael Jessup is on the phone call this evening to participate in this conversation if the council desires. and a review of the possible resumption of tennis pursuant to the county's guidelines. That concludes the staff report.
Anyone have any questions or comments?
You want comment? I have comments on the tennis. Let me know when you want it.
Go ahead.
Okay, and this came to the subcommittee on reopening, and I am concerned about the rules that we are implementing on tennis, in the sense that I don't believe they will be complied with, because I don't believe they follow what is known about the virus. And by saying things like we got to use 2 different colored tennis balls when players play each other, that feels to me like we're passing a rule that people will ignore and in fact kind of ridicule. It just makes me uncomfortable. There's no evidence that the virus is transmitted on surfaces such as tennis balls. And it seems to me that, in fact, the new study is showing out the virus is not transmitted on surfaces very efficiently at all. So it just troubles me that I don't believe the rules are aimed at a real assessment of the risks, in the sense that, for example, a 90-year-old can feel free to come play tennis, but 2 12-year-olds need to make sure they're using different colored balls when they play, and that just feels out of whack. So I just wanted to make that. Having said that, I really want the tennis to start, so I'm in support of getting this done, just to get something done, but I'm concerned about the direction we're going in with it.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Okay, we are moving on. I think the next.
Well, we have to discuss the
The
lease.
ratification.
We need a motion.
I mean, I'd like to make a motion that we ratify the rules and regulations enacted for emergency services in response to COVID-19 by the city manager.
Second that motion.
Does that, question on the motion there, does that include the resumption of tennis as described?
Second item. I think that's a separate discussion. Is that
Yeah.
correct?
Okay.
Yeah, second.
That
Okay.
was the second.
Oh, you were the second.
Okay,
Be a third.
we can do
Can
a
we do a
roll
roll
call vote. Yep.
Oh,
Councilmember Weist,
Aye.
Widmer,
Yes,
Lempress,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lewis,
Here, I,
and Mayor DeGolia.
yes. And do you want to take up the issue of tennis separately? The tennis language, George, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that it is the chief medical officer's language.
The rules that we enacted are consistent with the chief medical officer's language that is also addressed within the FAQ listed on the first page of the staff report. So we're trying to craft rules that are consistent with that directive. And this is as close as we got.
so taking Councilmember Lempress's comments to heart, I understand and hear what his concerns are. However, I think that it would be good to reopen the tennis courts to some play and some guidelines. And if we can be consistent with what the county is putting out, and so we're not creating our own messages and sending mixed messages, I think it would be the right thing to do. And then just to encourage our residents and people who do come out to play, that they have to feel comfortable and safe themselves, and to take responsibility in their own hands to be cautious and safe. So I'd support the adoption of the rules that are in the packet.
I do have a comment as well through the mayor.
Please.
I also support this action and moving forward with the lease component and understanding. But like we did with the construction industry, and putting a thought into Mike's head, there's always the ability to exceed what the county's regulations are for public safety. And if Mike takes it upon himself to implement, because he's obviously very familiar with tennis balls, et cetera, rackets, and what he can do for cleanliness, it would obviously greatly be appreciated by the town.
Okay.
You're muted, Mike.
Mike, did you have a comment?
Oh, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I was just saying that, yeah, we just went through a whole, with all the coaches about the rules and regulations and being able to uphold them and the safety of, the wipe down of the doors and there's going to be sanitizer out there for all the residents. And then, we're going to make sure that, uphold the rules so that, we can keep it a safe environment for everybody to come out and get some recreation.
Mike, do you think that this issue of using different colored balls or distinguish the balls between singles players from a different family makes sense?
Yeah, I mean, if then they don't touch the same ball, that would be in accordance with the one thing Bob Rosser brought up is, what if they wore a glove on the other hand, so they're not actually touching the ball, that was his big question. So I told him, yeah, I'm not sure, you have to check it out, but definitely the separate balls should do it.
Okay. Okay.
Well, if you get bigger balls, I'd take tennis lessons.
Balls that you can't miss with.
They have those for the kids, Carrie.
Yep.
They're
Hey.
green and red.
You just tell me when I have to show up. I'll play with the kids.
I think you need a bigger racket.
They have
So,
those.
George, so do we need a separate resolution on the tennis?
Just providing me some direction. I can take the action as the Director of Emergency Services to add it to the next round. But you may also have public comment on this issue.
Right.
Okay. Is there any public comment on this matter?
Yes, sir. We have one member that's on the phone now, but it's not related to this, so we'll do that under regular public comment. I have one that was submitted in writing that I can read at the council's pleasure.
I think we all
On this
received it.
matter?
You did receive it already. Yes, you did.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Okay. So I think the direction is to go with the recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Two just additional things. I have a question, George. You had attached to your report the letter from Michael Jessup regarding the waiver. Is that something that we're going to take up now? I don't think there's another action opportunity on that.
Yes, there is. That's actually part of the title of the item, consideration of approval of a lease waiver for player capital tennis.
Mhm.
Right. If you need a motion, I can make that.
Well, I'd like to discuss it real quick.
Please. Not that I'm running this.
So
Go ahead.
I think it's his request is fair, similar to what we did for the Knox Play School. However, I do understand that Michael and Players Capital have also applied for any sort of grants, and I think the same conditions that we had for Knox Play School should apply here. That if he gets relief and funding from the county or the feds or SAMCETA, that to the extent that we should be paying back the lease, because you can't double dip.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Okay.
I agree with that.
SAMCETA's tough to work with. I've been trying to contact them a lot.
Is that the SMC Strong, Michael?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm, mhm.
Keep going. Keep trying.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
can help, Michael, if you can, I can help you with that. I mean, they represent that they're easy, so
Okay.
we can hold their feet to the fire.
Okay. Yeah, I'll shoot you an email then after.
Okay, no problem.
So I'm in support of that, as we've discussed. Yes. The same
As well with
terms. Mhm.
Bill's terms.
Mhm.
Correct.
Same terms as Knox. It's only
Mhm.
fair.
Okay, do we need a motion?
Yes, sir, we do.
I'll make the motion that we approve the waiver. And if he is successful in getting a grant funding from the county or other government subsidy, that, we get repaid.
I second.
Okay, great. We've got a motion and a second. Can we do a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Weist,
Aye.
Widmer,
Yes.
Lemprus,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lewis,
Aye.
and Mayor DeGolia.
Yes. Okay, that unanimously passes. The only other thing I wanted to comment on this is that George gave a good summary of the Bayfront Canal project and the subcommittee meeting. And I just wanted to make it clear that the concept of a short-term loan from the county for us to participate in the construction is not just a request. We were quite clear in that meeting that it was a condition to our participation.
Mm-hmm. I think we've always
And
talked
that,
about
that
it.
would be a 10, I believe that would be a 10-year loan similar to what we've previously done with them.
Mm-hmm.
The dollar amount is quite a bit larger than we previously addressed. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the consent calendar, items 6 through 14.
Mayor, if I could, this is Anthony. There was a public comment for the top of the meeting and the residents on the phone.
Okay, great. Let's take that public comment now.
Ms. Gardner?
Hi.
Ellie,
I'm
hi.
starting video. Hi there.
Hi there.
Good evening. Good to see you all virtually.
Nice to see you too.
All right. I'm giving this technology a shot also, and I'd like to make a public comment.
Great.
Go for it.
So I'm urging you all to reaffirm your commitment to clean energy. I'd like to thank you, first of all, and the council and the town staff for supporting defensive actions against COVID-19 to keep residents safe. As we know, by the time a COVID patient is experiencing symptoms and going to the hospital, they have already probably spread the disease. That's why addressing this pandemic is such a challenge, because there's a baked in latency where we are behind in knowing who is infected and who they might have infected while they were sick for weeks or months. This is true for climate change also, and it's also what makes addressing climate change difficult. By the time we are experiencing the effects of climate change, such as record heat and droughts and off-the-chart hurricanes and severe fires, these emissions are already in the atmosphere, creating baked-in warming effects. So doctors are telling us to social distance to prevent the spread of coronavirus and we'll save lives. They don't say social distance, but only if that's cheaper. Scientists, similarly, are telling us we need to reduce emissions if we want to prevent our climate from spinning out of control. And we should not be ignoring this advice simply because it's not always the cheapest path. So it's unfortunate, but true, that we don't have an economy today that accurately prices CO2 emissions. We have not had carbon pricing legislation that has been passed. We don't look at and directly associate the costs of climate change, like PG&E's fires, on climate change and on the actions of people who have allowed emissions to get into the atmosphere. So we're not accurately valuing dirty energy for its costs or clean energy for its benefits. Because of that, decision makers need to decide to take actions today about their future energy choices, even when they're more costly, that they know will save lives and mitigate climate change. Just as we do by suspending business as usual to prevent more COVID deaths. It's very, very similar. The climate pandemic is more amorphous, but it's actually a far more lethal risk to our future and to the health and welfare of our children. With the halt of the global economy due to the pandemic, we are actually going to see this year perhaps the very first reduction in emissions on a global level. Yet, as soon as economies get going again, they will continue to use fossil fuels, coal, oil, natural gas, and we'll just immediately reverse that progress. The only way we can make more progress and maintain our progress is not to succumb with our decisions to the false premise that the cheapest energy is the best path. We are investing in adjustments to protect ourselves through new COVID, from new COVID occurrences through things like installing protective panels and things. Similarly, we need to apply wise and preemptive approach to climate by installing clean energy and refusing to allow expansion of dirty energy. And if we invest in our clean energy future, we are paying attention to what the scientists have told us. And if we don't, we are ignoring the climate doctors at our own peril. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gardner.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Val.
Is there any other public comment, Anthony?
No, sir.
And if anyone on the line wishes to make public comment, you can do so by notifying us either with the raise hand feature. If you click on participants at the bottom of your screen, it will give you a raise hand feature at the bottom of the screen of participants. And the other way to let us know would be to send a chat, which is also at the bottom of your screen. And if someone is on the phone and doesn't have screen access, you can just tell us that you wish to make a public comment. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the consent calendar, which covers items 6 through 14. Does anyone from the public wish to remove an item from the consent calendar? I take it, Anthony, you haven't received a notification of that.
No, sir, I have not.
Okay, does anyone on the council wish to remove anything from the consent calendar?
Mr. Mayor, I have one comment that I didn't get a chance to get over to the city manager, and it's in the minutes of the May 6th study session, and it's on page 3 of 4, and it just has to do with the wording of how that council raised concerns about the donated pickup truck appropriating the use by police department. And actually, it was really a private donation for which the police department wants to purchase a pickup truck. And there was discussion about whether or not that donation had been made specifically for the purchase of the pickup truck, or if it was just general equipment. So
do you have a language change recommendation?
Council raised concerns, and then strike about the donated pickup truck, and just say about the private donation for general equipment. I think that's what the chief actually said, and whereas we discussed whether or not the police department was going to purchase a pickup truck, and I think that decision has not been made.
So George, why don't you just take that on to, I don't know that language exactly works, but you can fix that.
Okay.
I understand the intent. We'll clarify that.
And otherwise, I'm fine with the minutes, the consent calendar.
Essentially, just raise concerns about using the donation for a pickup truck.
The private donation, yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
Understood.
thank you. Okay.
Any other comments, or anybody wish to remove anything? Okay, hearing none, can I get a motion?
So moved.
So seconded.
Okay, I've got Elizabeth making a motion, and I think it was Mike seconding to approve the consent calendar. Can we do a roll call?
Yes, sir. Weist.
Aye.
Widmer.
Aye.
Lemprus.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lewis.
Aye.
And Mayor DeGolia.
Yes. Okay, the next item on the agenda is a public hearing regarding a municipal code ordinance amendment establishing regulations for disposable food serviceware.
Stephanie, you're on.
Thank you, Mayor. Stephanie Davis here, Principal Planner. Good evening. So tonight the council is being asked to consider introducing a new ordinance which would establish regulations for disposable foodware in the town. Currently, there is no such ordinance within our municipal code. Specifically, the ordinance would regulate food facilities within the town to use compostable, recyclable, or reusable foodware products. This ordinance is part of a San Mateo County-wide effort to improve the health and safety of the community, as well as to assist in the county jurisdictions meeting their regional stormwater permit requirements by reducing litter. The ordinance is drafted to be applicable to the 7 existing food facilities that are located in town and are detailed in the staff report. Further, based on council direction at an earlier study session late last year, the ordinance was extended to also apply to town facilities, which would include Holbrook Park as well as the town center once operable. As part of this ordinance, should the council adopt it, the county would be providing all jurisdictions who do adopt the ordinance comprehensive outreach, education, as well as future enforcement of the ordinance. The county did note that if the ordinance is adopted, the provisions, however, would not become operative and subject to enforcement until 1 year after ordinance adoption. This would allow them time to develop such outreach, education, and implementation program. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
Bill?
Yeah, I have 2 questions. In your introduction, you said it will help reduce litter. I understand how it will improve recyclable, et cetera, and take harmful plastics and things out of the environment. However, I don't see how it's going to reduce litter. I didn't see anything in there on that. My second question is, in the benefits dash number 2, enforcement. So if we so choose to not have the county provide the enforcement, would they pay for our efforts of doing enforcement, since it may be deemed by the council that maybe we should be policing our own as opposed to calling the county here? So those are 2 questions for you.
Sure. To answer your first question, I think the thought process behind the reduction of litter would be that there would be actually less product if products are reusable, i.e. washed and reused again, that actually get put into some type of receptacle. To answer your second question, I don't have a definitive answer on that. It would need to be discussed through the County Office of Sustainability, which would be the county office who would implement the ordinance. It's noted there would be a memorandum of understanding that would need to be developed in the future with the county. So that could be a topic that could be discussed at that point.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Anybody else have any question? Mike?
Yeah, I did have a couple of questions. Similarly, I wanted to ask about county enforcement. We're seeing that as a benefit. Can you just expand on how that would work and why that's a benefit? Is it just a cost savings, or how would that work, I guess is my question.
It would be a benefit for staffing resources, as all enforcement would be conducted through and paid for by County Office of Sustainability staff versus town staff.
Okay, there's something about that well, in a comment, but that raises some hackles. I'm not sure why. Secondly, the only thing that I think has changed dramatically since the last time we talked, which was in November, is the county passed an ordinance themselves on this issue, correct?
That's correct.
And what does that say? Is that relevant to us in any way?
Their ordinance, it reads exactly the same as the draft ordinance that's being presented tonight.
Okay, terrific. And then my last question deals with the impact of COVID on this. To the extent that this ordinance would push the reusing of certain utensils, explain to me how that works in the world of COVID, and would we be possibly waiving that requirement if it was in place now? Can we talk about that? Do you know anything about that?
I would imagine that if there was any state order that issued that was in conflict with the local ordinance, that the state order would trump implementation or enforcement of the local ordinance. Mona, I don't know if you have any other thoughts in that regard.
That's correct. If the governor issues an order and wishes that it has general applicability throughout municipalities in California, then that would trump our foodware ordinance. If there's a conflict, of course.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did you have further follow-up, Mike?
No, that's it. That's it.
Okay, Elizabeth?
So let me lower my hand. Where'd it go?
Yeah, that's always
I
an
know.
issue.
I know.
Well, I was gonna say that works.
Thanks. So a couple questions. How many other cities in the county of San Mateo have implemented this, adopted this?
To date, there are 3 jurisdictions, the County of San Mateo, South San Francisco, and Burlingame that have actually adopted the ordinance. Millbrae has gone to study session as well. They haven't given me definitive timing as to when they'll go back for adoption. And then there's a series of other jurisdictions that have committed, and I think their timing, according to my conversations with county staff, have been sort of put on hold in those particular jurisdictions in light of the COVID-19.
And of course, they're much larger, and it would impact many more businesses and schools and things. And my other question is, it seems to me that when we studied this before, many of our schools and Circus Club are already doing a lot of this, and it would not be too big of a hardship to them to transition.
That is correct. Prior to presenting this initially to the council, staff did outreach to all of the schools and the Circus Club, and the feedback that we received that they were already applying some of the general practices within the ordinance to some degree in their existing practices.
Okay, thank you. The things that I like about it is I like the fact that if we do the adoption of the county ordinance, that they will do the outreach and education, which we do not have to pay for. I have a little different view of their enforcement than my colleague, Councilmember Lumpers, and I'd like to kind of understand from his perspective why it raises some hackles, but then we don't have to police it, we don't have to do the enforcement, which would, because our police officers are stretched thin as it is now, and having to, you know, add that one more layer of effort of enforcement on them, I think would be a lot to ask. And then the regional streamlining, I think your 3 bullet points of the benefits make sense to me. So maybe Councilmember Lumpers, if you would like to kind of influence me about the enforcement, I might have a different idea, impression.
Okay,
Can I ask a follow-up question?
go for it.
I think I asked this last time when we looked at this. I would think one of the areas where this should be applicable would be these food trucks. And you know, is there a way that we can tie them in?
So the way that through the mayor, the way that it has been explained to me as to which food facilities are applicable are those that are required or have a permit with the San Mateo County Environmental Health. So if such food truck has a permit with the County Environmental Health Department, then the enforcement of the ordinance would be applicable.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, isn't it true that, I'm sorry, Stephanie, but I think all food trucks have to be permitted through environmental health. So they would have to abide by this standard because the county's already adopted it.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. So can I get a motion?
Public comment?
We're not taking public comment. Okay, yes, let's take public comment. We've done that earlier. It's a little different on Zoom than it is in person.
Yeah.
And I have none submitted, Mayor.
Okay, hearing no public comment and seeing no one with a hand raised or any chat to me. If anyone has any further comment on the council, we can take that. If not, if there's a motion.
I have a comment, because I'm thinking about what Elizabeth was saying, and And I just want to address that because I think Elizabeth, I'm not going to convince you probably. I'm not sure what my specific concern is about county enforcement.
Okay.
And I understand the efficiency. And I think at the end of the day, if staff thinks this is the right way to go, we would do that. It's just, and again, I'm not even sure why. There's just something that rubs me, causes concern that we're passing an ordinance and delegating enforcement to the county instead of ourselves. That's all.
Thank you.
Well, I agree with that, Mike, and I think that's, you know, if there was something going on in the park, who are they gonna call? They're gonna call dispatch. And so we're closest, and if we could get them to give the chief some budget to cover this, and I think that would be good. We could get a reserve officer there on the weekends or something like that and have it paid for by the county.
I guess if I can just join in this whole conversation, I guess it is a different view of what the enforcement vehicle would be. Does the county come in and maybe once a quarter or once a month and look at the facility to make sure that they are stocked with the proper compostable dishes and spoons and things like that? Or is it just on a case-by-case basis if they're having a party and they're using, you know, plastic and not the right tools, somebody complains? Or do they do spot checks? I don't know. What does the enforcement look like? I guess that's something that needs to be better defined for me.
Yeah.
And that's down the line with the MOU.
Yeah, and I just a footnote, I would think it'd be unreasonable to assume that the county would be responding for, you know, somebody that has a straw in the park or using straws in the park, which I think is probably going to be a problem. That's a whole other story. Because the straws are terrible. But I think on a day in and day out enforcement, it doesn't prevent our department from, and if there's an issue, to make the county aware and then to take the corrective measures through the county's big unit to say, hey, that this ordinance has been passed, and we are the larger picture enforcement agency. I agree with Mike and Bill. I don't think that they're going to be on the boots in that day of, but they could be in the education component, you know, and making corrections downstream.
From a practical perspective, we would most likely be attaching this ordinance to any rental in the park issued by Catering by Dana. Any day use permit issued for picnicking, we would be issuing a copy of what the requirements are to them. Any special event permit on private property that involves a catering service, which has a permit from environmental health, would also be required to abide by it. Those would be how we would be implementing it locally. Enforcing it probably would not be our police officers. It would probably be, you know, Stephanie or somebody from planning like Jake or Monica in code enforcement going out there to the particular event if we were to do it locally.
Well, let's talk about it when we're at the MOU.
Oh, I think the principal enforcement is that it's going to deal with the circus club, the town, the library, and the schools, and that they're going, once we adopt it, they're going to comply. And in fact, they're already essentially in compliance. That's what they said in all of their responses. It's not as though some police officers going around trying to make and enforce this ordinance.
Right.
Okay, I just want to be clear that this has been a public hearing, which we formally opened and is open. And in the event, if we move forward with the resolution, we'll be closing it.
Well, I think we have to, if we're going to pass it, don't we have to
have a resolution?
We have, it's an ordinance, so we would have, it would be open again at the next meeting.
Yeah, it'll have to be read twice.
Right. So I'd like to propose that we approve this ordinance waiving its reading for the first time.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Reese?
Is there any discussion? No, let's take a roll call.
Weist?
Move on.
Widmer?
Yes.
Lempress,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lewis,
Aye.
and
I
Mayor DeMaria.
apologize if you didn't hear the aye.
All right.
I was screaming with
All
mute
right.
on.
Got you all.
Okay, we are moving on to item 16, which is the Park and Rec Committee appointments.
How are we gonna do that?
Is that
Oh.
Anthony?
Yes, sir. So we have 2 applicants that were initially applying for the open recruitment that took place earlier in the year. And as suggested in the staff report, as council chooses, they can either appoint one of those applicants today, or they can appoint both of those applicants and close the current open recruitment that's for the term expiring June 30th, 2020. We also have Ms. Klaus, who is the HP Foundation recommendation, and we can appoint her today because we only have one of those at this time. And if you want to do a vote for those applicants, you can just send me a message in a private chat, and we can hold a vote now.
Anthony, I'm sorry, can you clarify again the deadline, the dates, the regular, like the June 2021 and the June 2020? What are the dates?
I'm sorry. So the one that's being appointed today, that would be for the 2021. There's also one that's expiring June 30th, 2020 this year. So there'll be there's a recruitment that's ongoing for that at this point, and that would be appointed for a 4-year term, not expiring until June 30th, 2024.
So Anthony, do we know that the one expiring June 30th, 2020 is not going to, does not want to re-up?
We don't know that. I have not heard if they're going to apply or not. So
Let's deal with the procedural issue first as to whether Anthony's offered us 2 options here. One is to appoint one of the 2 candidates to the open spot on Park and Rec. And his other suggestion is that we could appoint both, one filling the June spot. Let's just, I will take any questions or comments on that issue first. Let me see if there's any public comment on the issue before I open it to the council. Is there any public comment on this issue?
I have no raised hands.
Okay, I don't see any. Bill, would you like to comment?
Yeah, I know that we have the opening already in the recruitment for next month, essentially. And there may still be people that are willing to apply knowing that it was going to be looked at in June. So I wouldn't want to close off on somebody who might want to apply now. Yeah, I'm willing to go around with the rest of the council, obviously, but I think that we should just wait and whoever's not there, they can reapply.
I agree with that. Mike, did you want to comment?
No, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, me too.
I guess, through the mayor, I guess my question is, why are we doing it now instead of waiting until June 30th and do it all at the same time?
We've had 2 vacancies because 2 members of the committee resigned, and we put out a notice, and we got 1 response, and we filled that position. And then subsequent to that, another person came in and said they were interested in that open spot, and then we got a second. So now we have 2 candidates for that 1 open spot that's been open for a little while. But I agree. I think that the consensus of the council is to not fill the Bob Roser position, which ends in June, and let's fill the 1 position and encourage the person that doesn't get it to reapply.
Understood. And City Attorney Ibrahimi made sure to clarify that the vote will need to be done publicly. So when we have a motion, I can do a roll call vote for whichever candidate.
I have a question. What about the foundation appointment? What's the status of that? Like, what is that term and how does that work?
So that would be a 2-year appointment, and that one expires on June 30th, 2021. And that member's, the recommendation is also online to speak to council if council would like. I'd recommend we do that in a separate motion.
Okay.
I have a question for Anthony.
Yes.
In the packet, the copies of the emails for the applicants that are reproduced here, the dates that are on those emails, are those the dates that you received the applications?
Yes. So if you're looking at Matthew Baker or Alicia Bukowski, those
Yes.
applications were from the recruitment that we conducted in I think February. So
And
if you try to
so-
reconcile that, that's where you would see.
So Matthew Baker would be February 27th and Alicia would be March 4th?
Let me just make sure that I have the exact thing in front of me, but I believe, yes, you're correct.
Okay.
Okay, so Anthony, am I right? The direction that you've received is that this needs to be a roll call vote and we just say who our preference is?
Yes, sir. I would recommend we have a motion for one of the.
So we have two candidates. Normally we allow candidates to speak before the council.
And I know we have Mr. Baker available.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm confused. I thought we were saying that the council was going to not appoint. What am I missing?
We're going to appoint one.
We're going to appoint to fill the existing vacancy. Anthony was suggesting that we
Expires
could
when?
both fill the existing vacancy and we could fill the vacancy that will occur on June 30.
Yeah, I got you. Okay.
And we've decided not to fill that because it's not vacant and we don't want to preclude somebody who might indicate that they're interested over the next month or so.
Okay, we're doing that. I thought Anthony suggested we type it in, or are we doing it orally?
We're going to need to do it orally. City
Okay.
attorney made sure that I understood we needed to do a public roll call vote for that.
So everyone has gotten the applications that were submitted by Ms. Barkowski and Mr. Baker. Mr. Baker's available to speak.
He is.
I think he should let him speak.
Okay.
Yeah, Matt, I think it would be great if you want to make a comment to the council.
Yeah, hi, I'm Matt Baker. Nice to see everyone online again. I joined the Pedestrian and Bicycle Safety Committee just before the pandemic struck, just to fill in the last couple months. Unfortunately, I didn't get much of a chance to do anything, but I saw the Parks and Rec role come up and thought it would be a fun time to get more involved with City Council and get our parks up to the awesome standards that they already are and keep them moving. So,
and there's been an explosion of pedestrian activity since Matt was.
Anyway, so I'm applying for this role. If the other candidate gets it for this one, I'll apply for the next one. So.
Great. Okay.
Thank you, Matt.
Yeah.
Thanks, Matt. So sorry you haven't really had a chance to do much on bike and ped, but you will.
I will if I can, but that was a short-term role. It was only a couple months, filling in the last couple months. So.
Well, we are going to meet soon.
Excellent.
Especially after seeing those statistics.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any other comment? No? Okay. Shall we do a roll call vote?
Sure. Do we have a motion?
Would you like a motion for a candidate and do it that way?
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you. I'll make a motion to approve Alicia to the Parks and Rec Committee.
I'll second that.
We'll have a roll call vote. Weist,
Aye.
Widmer,
Yes.
Lempres,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lewis.
I'll go along with council on that, only because Matt said he would re-up, but he was the first one who made application, but I know Alicia will do a good job.
And Mayor DeGolia.
Yes.
Motion passes.
And-
Now for the.
And we do want you to
Thank you
apply
very
for the
much
next
your
one.
time.
Yeah, Matt, you
Oh,
got to apply.
absolutely.
No, that's the reason that went that way.
Yeah.
I hate to say it, yeah.
Can we get a motion regarding the foundation appointment?
I'd like to move that we appoint Katie Klaus to take the open position for the Hope of Palmer Park Foundation. She's endorsed by not only the board, but specifically the president of the foundation, Frank Merrill.
And I'll second that.
Oh, never mind.
Great.
Sorry.
Okay.
Weist,
Aye.
Widmer,
Yes.
Limpris,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lewis,
Aye.
and Mayor DeGolia.
Aye.
All right.
And that moves us to, go ahead.
Thank you very much.
Is that
thank
Katie?
you.
Is that Katie?
Yes.
Oh,
Oh,
Katie,
thank
we
you.
didn't know you were on the call, or we would have asked you to make a statement.
That's
That
okay. I thank you. I appreciate it and I look forward to it.
We're glad you're going to do it. Thank you for doing it.
Yeah, thank you for,
We really
thank you for
appreciate
agreeing.
Good to see you.
You too.
All right.
Okay, this moves us to item 17, which is a review and discussion of the cash flow for the town center project. And I know it involves a PowerPoint, so it has to be Robert Barron.
Robert.
Hi, Mayor. Cancel. We don't have a PowerPoint, so I'm just going to
I was
talk
looking
through the
for
staff
the
report.
clapping icon.
Right? No, today there is no PowerPoint, so I'm going to save the committee, the council on that. Yes, item number 17 is review and discuss the cash flow for the town center project. The council recall that its March 4th study session, the council reviewed an update on the cash flow for the town center project. This was presented as staff was moving forward with the council direction on preparations for certificates of participation financing, and the town was embarking on a financing timeline. The project's original projected cash need included 10% contingency, and construction requirements still remain valid. So total construction cost requirements are $31.5 million. Staff has presented and updated the project funding with more current information. The available funding is $32.3 million. ERAF projections through fiscal year 21-22 decreased up by approximately 537,000. Council's aware ERAF is continuing under the threat at the state level. There's an active LAO opinion asserting that the 5 Bay Area counties have miscalculated the ERAF allocation. The state will pursue corrections. The impact at this time of the correction is not yet known. So staff has projected ERAF in January 2021 at 1.3 million, in January 2022 at 1.1 million. Beyond these receipt dates, ERAF is eliminated for the purposes of the cash flow spreadsheet. Within your staff report is the updated forecast of ERAF illustrating these changes. ERAF may come in higher and may indeed be received in future years, but at the present time, ERAF projections are not predictable at any reliable level. Also attached to the staff report is the working draft of the drawdown schedule for the project. That's attachment 1. The drawdown schedule has been updated to reflect current construction activity, but is also subject to regular adjustment. And that's about 30.7 million. Minimum required COP proceeds. In the previous discussion, staff had advised that the council that proceeds from the COP need to be between 7 and 8 million, but that an exact amount would be determined at the time of issuance of the COPs as that draws closer. Based on updated assumptions in the project drawdown payment schedule, staff projects a need for a minimum of 7.5 million in cash flow funding. Within attached is the detailed cash flow analysis. That's attachment number 2. And the analysis reflects the following. It reflects the COP of 7.5 million in June of 2020, ERAF in January 21 as 1.3 million, ERAF in January 2022 is at 1.1 million. It's eliminated in future years. Also included in the cash flow analysis is anticipated additional grant funds, and that's approximately 775,000, and they are within the analysis. There's a project contingency of $1 million, and these are listed in cash flow. But again, want to reiterate that these are only projections, only for calculation purposes, and that's a contingency of $1 million. Furniture, fixtures, and equipment, FF&E is allocated at 1 million, and those are allocated in April and May of 2021 of 500,000 respectively. In the cash flow analysis, it shows the payoff of the COP. The call date is June 2025, and the full payoff amount in the COP is approximately $4.4 million. The annual debt service payments, they're split biannually in each year, and they average approximately $856,000 per year in debt service payments. Just want to kind of highlight on the cash flow spreadsheet, the running balance column reflects the running balance of the town's general fund over and above the required reserves. So I want to highlight and note that the required reserves are not reflected in the running balance because staff cannot utilize reserves without prior council authorization. Balance needs to be maintained in the town's operating fund to account for the monthly inflow and outflow of bills and warrants. Within the analysis, staff used the minimum target threshold of $2 million, and those were highlighted by red cells when we met that threshold or got close to it. In the cash flow, it indicates when the balance of the fund will dip below that threshold, and that's the red highlighted components of the cells. Staff feels comfortable that given the very limited occurrences and timing concurrent with the property tax revenues that we receive, that this can be weathered by the fund. It is estimated that closing and sale, again, with the proceeds will be mid-June, and the final financing documents are on tonight's agenda for approval. As part of our due diligence of the public and private placement options, the finance team was successful in securing a bid at 2.2% for a borrowing amount of up to $9 million with a 5-year par call option. Based on the bank rate of 2.2%, assuming the $7.5 million in project proceeds, again, the average debt service is estimated to be approximately $856,000. Also, staff anticipates retiring the COPs at the 5-year mark. That concludes my presentation of the staff report.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions on this item? Bill?
Yeah, so Robert, thank you for that. I understood from what you were saying, you referred to both attachment 1 and attachment 2, but George sent a letter out after some discussion indicating that we should disregard attachment 2. Attachment 1 is for the, and attachment 1 would, the 17.5 would also be really 17.680 because there's $180,000 for bond counsels. Is that correct? Both of those questions?
Yes, that's correct. Yes, that's correct.
Attachment 2.
But on the attachment 2,
yeah.
Go ahead, George.
Page 2 and page 3 of attachment 2 disregard, but the first page of attachment 2 is the correct cash flow spreadsheet.
Yeah, okay. All right, yeah, but yeah, 2 and 3, yeah, okay, got it. Yes, I understand what you're saying. But we're just looking at the first spreadsheet, and that number is exclusive, essentially, of the 180,000 for the bond, which would be in the next subsequent item, right? So, anyway, that's good. Good job, Robert. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Robert.
Thank you, Mr. Whitman. Thank you, Mr. Reese.
Top gun.
So before we go further, let me just ask for clarification on what we need on this. George, my understanding is this is essentially informative. We're going to have a formal approval of the COP arrangements later, and the dollar amount would, of course, be included in that. Am I right about that?
The dollar amount would be included in the final documents. It's not part of what you're approving later this evening. The cash flow item, you're providing direction to staff or concurrence with staff's recommendation for a COP at $7.5 million.
Great. Okay. Is there any other questions? Do we have any public comment on this matter?
I have nothing, sir.
Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the council for comments. Well, I'll make a comment. I think it's a good recommendation. I'm very comfortable with the 7.5 million. Of course, I hoped we could avoid the COP, but nobody picked up the road yet, so here we are. And given what's happened with the pandemic, I think it's better to be safe, and 7.5 million seems like a good choice.
And the interest rate's good now, too.
Yeah,
And the interest rate is down, right?
comment I would make is that the state is facing, extraordinary budget pressures right now, and I think we're wise to take out the COP now. Well, that's what I'd say. The 7.5, just so I understand, we're saying that is the maximum it will be now, George, is that right? Or the target?
That is correct.
It's the maximum.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Good.
Any other comments?
No,
No,
looks good.
I just want to thank Robert for his work in keeping us well informed in this process.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay,
Great.
George, I think
Thank
that
you.
you've got a consensus.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is item 18, acceptance of donation naming requests.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. This is the acceptance of donation naming request. This was actually on your agenda back in March, and then everything got waylaid for a bit. So we can take them in order. You have about 5 or 6 of them to consider. I can do them one at a time if that's the pleasure of the council. And we have a couple of recusals that will need to be done as part of them as we go along.
Yes, and just to add to that, I'm sorry, if you have contributed and will be the subject of a naming opportunity, please articulate your economic conflict of interest for the record and do not participate in the decision-making for that specific item.
Do they have to leave the chat, Mona, or can we just, or in text them back, or can they just sit on mute and not participate?
They would be required to recuse themselves, leave the chat, and come back on.
Okay, we'll text each of them when they need to come back.
Okay, thank you.
We could push them into the breakout room as well.
Can you pull them back out of there?
Yes.
Okay, that might work too. They can talk amongst themselves. Well, there'll only be one at a time in there, I guess.
Well, they'll be there at different times.
Right.
Okay. Well, the first item is the heritage display area, and Elizabeth needs to recuse herself from this discussion.
Why am I being invited to join a breakout room?
I got that too.
Yes.
But
Go ahead and cancel that for those that don't need to recuse.
anyway,
She has left?
She does not appear on my list of participants.
She's in the recuser room.
She's in the room.
and just a process, if anybody has any questions related to the overall component of donations, is there, I know you're saying approval component, and I know we just kicked Elizabeth out, but as far as questions related to this?
Yeah, I think that we should do it each donation at a time, and some of them will be very fast because there's no controversy or issue. And we'll do it as normal. We'll take, if there's public comment, we'll take it. We'll take questions and we'll take comments. And then I think we'll require a motion, right, George?
Yes.
Can I get an overarching question, just process again, and that's simply, what is the role of council? Are we going to be approving all donations above a certain size? What are we approving? What's the policy?
The council is approving all naming opportunities.
Right.
All naming opportunities.
Yeah, we received a separate donation through T. Rowe Price from a resident that had no conditions or naming requests attached to it. And we just accept that donation toward the project. It's
But for example, when we get to the point of trees and people want a plaque on a tree and it's $1,000 something, it'll still be coming to the council?
Yes. Well, current policy would say yes.
Okay.
We could establish a different policy for smaller donation levels. At this point, the donation levels that we've identified are all $100,000 or greater.
Okay.
And another process question.
Hi, it's Anthony. When they all got the invite, I just decided to close the breakout room, and so you got kicked out of it. So I just had you removed from the meeting, and what I can do is give you a phone
Anthony,
call
we're all hearing you.
and you can rejoin if that's easy.
Yeah.
Anthony, we're not kicked out. You're in our room.
I think he's on the phone with Elizabeth.
Oh, you need
yeah.
to mute that,
Yeah,
Anthony.
you would just have to re-click on the
Anthony,
on the
mute
Zoom.
yourself.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just a process question,
Yes.
Mayor. If a donation is over a period of time and we are set to do an approval, do we agree with the approval, but yet the naming opportunity wouldn't be fully completed until the final donation component is in play? Is that?
That's right, but we would take the naming opportunity off of the
Off the deck.
list
Gotcha.
of what others could select.
Okay.
But
Thank
it would not formally be awarded until the donation was completed.
Okay.
And just to remind everyone, we haven't finalized the exact language on the plaques or specifically where the plaques for each naming opportunity would go. That there will be a recommendation from the subcommittee at some point on both of those items, but the priority was to try to get the naming opportunities in front of people to see if we could avoid the COPs. And we've obviously had some response. Most of these responses are for people that had previously made contributions to Atherton now, but there are some new contributions also. Okay, any other questions?
Bill?
Bill?
I have a specific question, sir.
Yes, please, Mike.
Well, it's not necessarily a question, but I did get a call from somebody at Atherton now. And they indicated that, I know we've talked about certain large donors and that there now is an interest by one of those for something that wasn't on our list. And since the list of opportunities is actually attached to this, I assume that we could talk about it, but there's a request now for at $1 million for somebody to request that we consider the lobby being added to the list.
So
reopened.
Do you want the
Yes.
subcommittee to meet and talk about that, Rick?
Well, yeah, so I didn't advise, I had a Zoom meeting with Atherton now this week in anticipation of this item coming up. It was, the meeting occurred at their request. And we went through a couple different issues, and I will bring up and report to you on exactly what the conversation was as we address each of those issues. And the last naming opportunity that we will address was the request from the founders, which I don't think is formally on George's list, but I thought it was addressed in the staff report.
It's in the policy focus section.
It's in the policies focus section, right? So it's at the very end. So at that point, we'll deal with the request from the $3 million donors that made donations to Atherton now, and that addresses your issue, Bill.
Kind of, but.
Well, it includes your issue because that request came up in that conversation.
Okay, all right, great.
Well, my specific question, I'm just confused about whether we have a request from, and I'm not going to pronounce her name properly, and I apologize, Bonnie. How do you pronounce her name?
Yeah, so we'll deal with that. I mean, there's a little bit of confusion in the staff report on it, but I clarified that in the conversation with Atherton now. That was one thing I wanted to do. And that principally deals with the second item on the agenda. I mean, the first item on the agenda, Atherton now had some comments about Bonnie as well as myself, neither of which were relevant to this heritage display area. So,
can we, I mean, sure, I'm just reading the staff report. She seems to have expressed an interest in that. That's why I'm sensitive to it, because, you know, that's why I'm sensitive to that, because we're going to end up, if it goes to a council member who's recused and two people wanted it, I just want to make
in the conversation I had with Atherton now, they told me that they thought she wanted the Redwood Grove, but would either have select the Redwood Grove or a small conference room, and they needed to come back to us. The issue of the heritage display area wasn't presented to me as one of her options, one of her desired options.
But that was in a later call with you, and Atherton now's initial email is what's in the staff report.
Okay, and I'm not trying to criticize staff report. I'm just trying to find out what the reality is. I mean, does this woman want the heritage display area or not? Is my question.
What was communicated to me was that she was interested in the Redwood Grove or one of the small conference rooms, and they thought that it was the Redwood Grove.
Okay.
But I think, given their letter, we can make a decision whether we want to accept $50,000 of additional contribution from Orchard, or we want to go back and ask Bonnie if she wants the heritage display. Apparently she's made a $100,000 donation.
And I hate to say this, but given that we're talking about a council member, I would want to be extra careful to make sure that, we had all the information in front of us. If there's some doubt or concern that this is something that she would prefer, I think we should err on the side of nailing that down before we do something.
Yeah, if we could do that in the next week or two, then we could just very easily get this done next month.
Rick, give me your thoughts too. I'd like to hear your thoughts. Am I being hypersensitive?
Well, I'd much rather have $50,000 come in than not. So if it was up to me between the two, I'd take the $50,000 because I'd rather have new money come in.
Oh, that's okay.
In the conversation I had with them, they did not indicate that she was interested in the heritage display area. They were fine to let the heritage display area go to Orchard. That's the conversation I had with them yesterday.
And Rick, there's a member of Atherton now on the call.
Oh, right. Oh, maybe Sandy is Sandy on the call? She's
Yes.
often on her calls. Well,
who's on it, George?
Sandy Levinson's noted as being on the call.
I'm so sorry. I am on the call. I was paying attention. And I believe that Dee Dee was going to contact her just to verify, but my understanding was that she would pick between a conference room or the Redwood Grove.
Right.
And that we were fine with there was a discussion of an additional 50,000, and that if Elizabeth wanted heritage, that was fine.
Okay, that's good enough for me.
Yeah, thank you, Sandy.
that's exactly what the conversation was yesterday.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, so do I have a motion?
Or something? I'll make a motion.
Great. Do I have a second? I take it your motion is to approve Orchard contributing an additional $50,000 and getting the naming opportunity for the heritage display area.
I make a second.
Okay. Anthony, can we do a roll call?
Weist,
Aye.
Whitmer,
Yes.
Lempres,
Aye.
Mayor DeGolia,
Aye.
and noted for the record, Vice Mayor Lewis is recused from the item. Motion passes. I'm gonna give her the heads up to rejoin the meeting.
Okay.
Oh, we have nothing else to discuss. No.
Okay, the second item is the small conference room of the Redwood Grove, which we understand Bonnie has made a $100,000 contribution. And as Sandy indicated, Atherton now was going to contact her to confirm which she wanted.
Okay, so look at this next
I
one.
would say whichever she wants that we should award to her, and I'd be happy to make a motion to that effect. And once she indicates what she wants, that will then be taken off the list of available naming opportunities.
Can we give it a time frame for like 4 weeks or something, a reasonable period, so that we can solidify this process?
Yes, perfect. 1 month.
Thank you.
But let's just say by the next meeting.
Perfect. I'll second that.
Okay, we want Elizabeth back in. I don't know if she's back yet.
I don't see her yet.
I don't see her just yet.
Well, I mean, we can proceed without her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
think it
Anthony, why
was-
don't you take a roll call?
Stanley Weist,
Aye.
Whitmer,
Yes.
Lewis, or excuse me, Lemprus.
Aye.
Lewis is not back yet, and Mayor DeGolia.
Yes.
Okay, move on.
Okay, and the next item is the native species garden, which was identified as a $100,000 item, and Jesse and Mindy Rogers, who made a $100,000 donation through Atherton Now, have indicated interest in that.
I move that we accept that.
Say that again, Mike?
I said, should we go straight to a motion?
Yes, please.
Go ahead, Bill. You wanted to do that?
I said I move that we accept that.
No, I'll second it.
All right.
Weist,
Aye.
Whitmer,
Yes.
Lemprus,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lewis.
Okay.
The native species garden.
Native species, yes.
Okay, and
And
I'll
Mayor
say
DeGolia.
yes.
Okay. Environmental dashboard. You're out of here.
Who's going to act as the mayor for this, Rick?
Why don't you, Mike?
Elizabeth here.
Oh, she's back? Elizabeth
Yes,
Shelton.
yes.
Elizabeth, are you on the call?
She is. I don't know that she can hear us for some reason.
Probably because she's in the breakout room.
No, she's in the full meeting.
Don't worry, we'll hear her when she walks in.
Mm.
Vice Mayor Lewis. Oh, no, she's. Oh dear.
All these
Well,
bandwidth.
Why don't we go on to the next item, and then we'll do the environmental dashboard once she's on.
Okay. Water feature. Yeah.
Okay, so the water feature at Fair Oaks Court is designed as a small water feature on the wall of the police wall, just to remind everybody what it is. And the Atherton Now indicated that there is a $250,000 donor who is interested in that naming opportunity. That donor will make the donor's name known at some point. We don't know exactly what the donor wants, to name. They don't know if they want to name it after them or somebody else, but they don't want their name to be known at this point. And in the conversation I had with them, they convinced me that that was a perfectly respectable situation. And for all these donations from Atherton Now, there's going to need to be whatever confirmation is required by Mona and George, because we don't process it. And that may just be a representation from Sandy or Dee Dee that donation was made and received. But in this case, we've got a $250,000 donor that wishes to claim the naming opportunity for the water feature at the Fair Oaks Court.
Bill?
I have a question.
Please.
I know that this and the next one, are there actually water features designed into the building? If it's going to be on the side of the building, is it designed in yet, or is this going to be an additional expense? And the timing of that? And do we know what that might cost? Hopefully not 250,000.
They are additional expenses. They are not designed into the project, and we have no idea what their cost would be.
At some point in the design before the CCAC, there was both of these things that were part of the plan. And the design for the water feature at Fair Oaks Court was a small water feature on the wall before you entered the lobby, as you face the lobby to the left. So it's on the building that's the police building. The design for the fountain or water feature at the library was never as designed, and it was sort of a standalone fountain. And no doubt it would cost more than the water feature on the wall.
Do we have an idea on what the cost might be? Does Robert O have an idea of what that would be?
I think it's got to be designed.
They have to be designed.
To be determined.
Project.
So, separately though, we put these on the list of things that were available to donors at a price specific.
Yeah.
At $250,000.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. All right.
So yeah, there's going to be a cost associated with them for sure.
Okay.
Just a comment through the mayor.
Please.
In respect of people that want to keep anonymous throughout this entire process, I think that there's a continued echo by council to kind of respect that component, because a lot of people are very generous but don't really want people to know who they are. So I think that the way that they've identified this, and others will, that we should respect that.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I told Dee Dee that I would help to do whatever was possible to honor that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Rick. I really appreciate that.
Okay.
Motion to approve this donation.
I'll second
that. Oh, good.
Can we do a roll call?
Weist,
Aye.
Yes.
Lemprus,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lewis.
She says she's working on it.
She's on. She's not on mute.
Okay.
I empathize with her. I know the struggles of technology.
Okay, so let's move on to Rick.
Mayor.
Well, is Elizabeth on?
I mean, I see her. I saw her video just a few moments ago. I have her on the screen, but I'm guessing that she either can't hear us or can't speak to us.
Can we move to the second water feature with Mr.
Yeah,
Doctor?
let's move to the Don't Start water feature. So this was contemplate. He's interested in it. Be aware, this was listed on the list as a $300,000 item, water feature near library.
I think we've got Vice Mayor Lewis's audio.
It's undefined exactly what it is, but it was listed as a $300,000 item. He has made a $250,000 donation, is what I understand from Atherton now. And he's requested this naming opportunity.
I will note that he also put in at least $50,000 worth of his own time over the years on this.
Maybe
question about
maybe 10 times that, because I think he was a part of the original crew.
Yeah.
Right.
So I'm actually happy to move this unless we want to have a conversation. I'll move this one.
Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay, Bill second. Can we have a roll call, Anthony?
Yes, just for clarification, which one are we voting on, please?
We're voting on water feature at the library, $250,000 donation from Steve Dostart.
Thank you. Weist?
Aye.
Yes.
Lemprus?
Aye.
Do we have Vice Mayor Lewis's audio?
Yeah, she texts me, says she's yes.
Okay. And Mayor DeGolia?
Yes.
Next.
And the next item is the adult reading deck at the library. This is a request by Mark and Mary Stevens for the naming opportunity for a $250,000 donation.
I move we accept that and apply their name to the reading room, the reading area.
It's the reading deck. It's the back
Reading deck. Yeah, the deck. Okay, the reading deck, adult reading deck.
Second.
Weist?
Aye.
Widmer?
Yes.
Lemprus?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lewis texting? Do we have anything?
Yes. She
And
says
Mayor
yes.
DeGolia?
Yes. Okay, the next item is the Heritage Room in the historic town hall, a $250,000 naming opportunity, and the Lisa and Douglas Goldman Fund, who have previously contributed $25,000 through Atherton, now would like to add an additional $225,000 and obtain the naming opportunity. And that money will come in over 5 years.
So question, if I could, does that mean the name would literally go on the room in 5 years? Is that the concept? Assuming how would that work?
I think that based on the clarification that Carrie previously asked for, the name would go on once they've completed the donation.
Yeah,
I think that's reasonable how it does work.
Yeah, because we had pledges from some people that didn't.
Agreed.
2 years later backed out. So.
Right.
Hi there.
Oh,
Hey.
whoa, volume.
Too much volume, sorry.
Welcome.
Okay, we are voting on the Heritage Room naming opportunity to the Lisa and Douglas Goldman Fund.
Hi.
I'll make that motion.
Do we have a motion? Carrie made a motion.
Second.
Okay. Anthony?
Least,
Aye.
Whitmer,
Yes.
Lempress,
Aye.
Vice Mayor,
Hi.
and Mayor.
Yes. Okay, so that leaves us with the environmental dashboard, and I've talked to George about it. He can clarify my position. I will leave the meeting and wait for a text. And Vice Mayor Lewis, you're in charge.
Okay. So we have, I need to find the, this is very awkward. I'm so sorry.
It's a good feeling, I was going to say.
What are we looking at? Somebody's ceiling.
Perhaps Elizabeth, while you're looking, I'd love to get somebody just give me the facts on this to make sure that we have, clarity about everybody's requests.
Okay.
And I don't know who's got that. Is that George or Sandy Levinson? Or who's the best person to advise us about how this worked out?
I can do that. I can do that. So Atherton now originally advised that John and Marcia Goldman wanted to secure a naming request for the environmental dashboard for the new library. But in follow-up conversation via email with the Goldmans, they advised that they don't want that naming opportunity. Mayor DeGolia originally requested that he be allowed that naming opportunity for the dashboard. So specific action by the council this evening, as you've been doing thus far, would be required to do that. However, given some decisions that may occur later this evening with respect to PV for the facility, there may well not be an environmental dashboard if there are no environmental components of the building to be monitored. We just don't know that yet. So Rick has asked consideration for the environmental dashboard, but if there isn't one, an opportunity to consider something else.
I agree that that's the summary, and and I think that that's in line with the donation and the value of the dashboard. So any discussion?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm still confused about just focus on the Goldman's request for a moment. We were told they had a request for this, but then we contacted them and they said no. George, you contacted them and they said no. Is that what happened?
I did
you want something else?
I did not contact them. Rick approached them via email and said, hey, I'm interested in the environmental dashboard as well. Would you be interested in sharing the naming opportunity? They responded back to Rick, we don't want the environmental dashboard. I've got a copy of that email. We don't want the environmental dashboard. We don't want a naming opportunity at all.
No naming opportunity.
That is correct.
Oh, wow. And if
That's
Sandy's still on, I'd love to hear if she has any insight into that.
I did not have contact with the Goldmans. It was Dee Dee that had contact with them with the original solicitation of the donation. And Rick had the follow-up with them about the naming and specifically the environmental dashboard. So I'm afraid I can't add anything to this.
Okay.
And we're not talking about Lisa and Douglas Goldman Fund.
That's correct.
No, we're talking about John and Marcia.
Right.
John and Marcia. Yeah. Okay. And And that's all I know about it. So if George has an email saying that they don't want it, I mean, do you think that they're upset about that, or is there a conflict here?
I did not get that they were upset at all in the email communication. They were happy. There were other good messages back and forth between the two of them.
And Mike, do you have other?
No, I just was confused. I just wanted to get clarity. That's all. It seems unusual. They'd say they want something and then they wouldn't. That's all.
Yeah.
I have no reason to believe that they really want this or they're really upset. I have no reason at all to believe anything like that.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments about this? Any member of the public? Sandy, thank you for your insights. I'll call for a motion.
I move that we award that to Rick.
Second?
Yeah. By the way, that's subject to actually having one, and if it doesn't happen, he gets a do-over.
Right.
Something.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if I might, further confirmation from the Goldmans on what their desires are, and if it is I mean, the generosity doesn't have any attachment to it. Thank you.
A sincere thank you. Yes.
Yes,
Thank you very
absolutely.
much. Yes. Okay. Do we have a roll call vote then?
Yes, can I please clarify who's seconding that motion?
That was
Bill.
Mike. Oh,
Oh, Mike.
Mike and then Bill.
Yeah.
Thank you. Weist,
Aye.
Widmer,
Yes.
Lempress,
Aye.
and Vice Mayor.
Yes.
All right, then
We can bring.
there's once the mayor comes back on, there's a conversation to be had around the $1 million donors. I texted him, so he should be on in a moment.
Okay.
Does anyone have the theme for Jeopardy on their phone?
I don't. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Once
So
you
I
leave the
hope
room,
that
it's
he
hard
doesn't
to
have
think.
the same problem that I've had getting back on.
You know, the library children's area drawing we have in there is not full of children.
I'm sorry. It was the only one that
Yeah.
I could find that wouldn't cost us something. And it's because, let's see.
There's a couple of silhouettes.
Yeah, it's just like we have that beautiful, and Elizabeth did a great job of this, but like the Civic Court, we have this beautiful, just looks like a happy place. And the children's reading room, you think would be a great happy place, and it's kind of like, oh, shadowy figures lurking.
Right. So let me see if I can text. Anthony, have you communicated with Mayor DeGolia?
I believe City Manager Rodriguez has, but I'd be happy to give him a quick call.
Coming back onto it right now.
Okay. He's on the way.
He thought we were going to talk longer.
Well, yeah, anyway.
Okay, I'm back.
There he is.
Hi there.
Okay.
I'm going to turn it over to you to run the rest of the meeting.
Okay.
The $1 million donor question.
Right. So we are up to the issue of the founder's requests, which was reiterated by Atherton now on my call this week, that Speaker, and Roberts, the three founders, wanted the naming opportunities for the historic town hall, the new council chambers, and the civic court for their $1 million donations. They did not want to be lumped into one donation, which one option that we had given to them was that they could all take the civic court or the historic town hall, but we have consistently said to them that we had early on made a decision that there was no naming opportunity directly associated with the police building or the council chambers. And I repeated that, and they basically said, well, then you guys need to come up with an idea that will be acceptable to them that would be 3 $1 million naming opportunities, which we don't currently, and they were very clear that they didn't want one of the naming opportunities to be the photovoltaics. So that leaves, we have one naming opportunity, which is the children's room in the library. They didn't indicate that that was desirable, but we didn't really press that, but we obviously don't have 3. So my suggestion is that we refer this to the committee, and the committee pursue the idea and come back and make a suggestion to the council at the next meeting, but we can certainly discuss it. And I see Bill has his hand up.
Yeah, so I had a conversation today, unsolicited call from Atherton Now person, and the suggestion was that I guess originally there was the lobby that was included in that. I don't recall that, but the suggestion was that one of those 3 would take potentially, and they felt pretty strongly about it, would take the lobby if it was added to the list for $1 million. So that would allow one of those to be fulfilled and would help us make some progress in closing this discussion. So I'm happy to discuss it as part of the subcommittee, offline, but I did want to table that. That was specifically what the request was that I received.
Hey, Rick, I've got 2 kind of embarrassing questions. One is, who are the members of the subcommittee?
Bill and myself.
Bill and you, okay. And you went through this, you said, what were the 3 things they wanted?
What they wanted was the historic council chambers, the civic court, so the court, the large civic court out the back door of the lobby, and the new council chambers.
Right, correct.
Oh, I'm sorry. So where did the lobby come from then?
The lobby came from because I told them that we had decided very early on that we weren't going to name
the new council
anything, and we weren't going to name the new council chamber. So that, and we've consistently said that.
Yeah. Okay.
And they brought up the lobby, and I didn't respond. We actually had discussed not naming anything in the admin or police building, including the lobby, for obvious reasons because of the presence. And I think that was discussed at the CCAC and at the council.
One of the concerns about naming the lobby that was brought up when the lobby was originally discussed was there is a wall of donations that's on the entrance to the lobby area, and that naming the lobby may confuse the 2.
Yeah. Elizabeth?
Well, yes, and I think that we didn't want to name anything in the admin PD building to anyone specifically because of the donor wall that would be there. And I think that if it was ever going to be a donation, it would have had to have been a significant donation, such as the naming of the street or, something much more than the $1 million. I'm wondering, the civic court is really quite large. I think it's over an acre. Is that true? The civic court area, because it does kind of wrap around. Would there be a possibility of creating 2 separate and distinctive and meaningful areas to at least do a couple of the donations with separate plaques in that area. That maybe in front of the new council chambers or you know, in the civic court area there. And then there's the children's reading area that is the $1 million. And I think that's going to be a very, very prestigious and public location for a benefactor to want their name on that. So I don't know if that's been discussed.
Well, I brought that up in our conversation.
I have too, and I was told specifically they did not want, none of them wanted the children's area. So I don't know, you know, we've been going back and forth on this thing with the $1 million donors, which were the first major founders of carrying this, and they put their money in, you know, cash on the barrelhead essentially, as opposed to paying out over time. And I can sense from some of the discussions that I've had, again, unsolicited, with a growing frustration. And I just think the sooner we can close this out, the better we're all going to be. I'm happy to take it offline and with you, Rick, and we can have a quick meeting, but whatever you guys think.
Yeah. Can I just ask another question? Because I think that what they've presented to us, notwithstanding your personal conversation with someone today, Councilmember Widmer, was to come up with something significant that we could present to them.
Yeah, and I think your idea of splitting the civic court is something we should look at. Maybe we can do that, right? And,
or,
you know, so that, I mean, that would be perfectly acceptable for me. That's basically $2 million a donation. We were looking for $3 million, but fine. I mean, I want to make them happy if that would work for them.
Yeah, of course. And, you know, maybe there's another area as the, you know, I walked the project today, and I know other council members have recently walked it, and it is really, really coming together and pretty spectacular. And I think that if we put our heads together, I think one of the things is, I guess we're still kind of holding out, hoping for another large donation in the $3 to $5 million range, where we can give a significant, like the street or the historic council chambers, that prestigious and for the large donation, and the civic court. I mean, the civic court is a really prime example, but it's big, and that's why we did it for the $3 million. And if it were divided into smaller areas, it would have been 1 million here, 1 million there, or something. So I don't know. Do we have to make a decision here tonight?
No, we can refer it to the committee.
Yeah.
What I haven't raised that they did ask, that the attorney for Atherton now asked, and I thought it was a perfectly appropriate request, was, well, what if you don't find a donor for the historic council chambers or the civic court? Then would you allow them to go to 2 of these guys for $1 million each?
Mm-hmm.
And I said, obviously, this is something the council would have to talk about, but personally, I wouldn't have a problem with that if nobody else steps up for them, but that means keeping them out there in the public. And I think as this project comes together, we're going to see some real donations come in, because it's going to be a really significant civic center. I mean, it's going to blow people away how spectacular these buildings are going to be.
Yeah.
And we're going to see people step up. We all know there's the money in the town. It's just that people give it to schools and churches and other commitments. And as they see this, they may well decide they want to make that donation here. So, and they understand that would be a risk, but that was an issue that came up in the conversation.
Just try to get a little point of clarity related to the lobby component.
Yes.
in the inside component, but what about if the donor wanted to have something on the outside as you're entering into the lobby? I don't see let's call it cross-pollination, if there's plaques or donor information on the inside, but yet an honorary plaque on the way in. I don't recall the conversation related to removing the lobby off the donation component.
So, but Carrie, I think that would indicate a donation for the entire building. It would, usually on the outside of a building, it is like a commemorative for a, huge donation for the building itself. And so I think that, if all three of them wanted to be on the exterior of the building, that might, I would consider that, because if they're the founders and they're, the largest donors that we have, that might be something we should talk about.
Well, we had the same discussion when we went around on the contribution for the patio in front of the library. That the concern was that somebody walking up and seeing that implies that they did the whole library. I realize, what we discussed, but anyway.
Mr. Mayor.
If I could, my thoughts for your edification or your consideration. I'm perfectly happy to have the subcommittee look at this and come back with a recommendation. I think that's a good idea. I would just, in terms of where I am philosophically, I'm not wedded to these $3 million figures. I feel like we largely made those numbers up, and we have, to this point, not found a lot of interest in them. And I believe that early money is very valuable, and these people are very generous, and I'd be comfortable moving off of, say, these $3 million figures to a $1 million figure if that's what we have in hand. Having said that, I would defer it to the subcommittee to come up with recommendations. And as to the lobby, my concern, I'm sure we could distinguish it from a wall of names and that kind of stuff. I'm sure we could just by design figure a way to do that. My concern goes, I think, to the point that Rick raised earlier, which is, as a council, we said we don't want any functioning, decision-making city place to have the name of an individual, because it carries this weird perception that they've contributed or they've got special, inside on things. I don't know if that applies to the lobby or not. I just don't know. I haven't really thought that through, but that would be my question, because I think as to design, we can figure out a way to design around, recognizing different layers of contributions there.
Those are very good points.
I just want to echo Mike's comments. I apologize, Mayor, but I just do want to echo his comments. The degree of frustration that we can't get done with this component also raises my back of my hair when we're moving forwards with COPs. So if we could really just, and to respect the three individuals that were very generous in the beginning on their privacy component, because I'm sure they just don't like that. So if we could get this to a resolve, it would make me feel more comfortable. So with Mike's suggestion.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, just to remind everybody, basically what we will do for any of these donations that are $100,000 or more is that there'll be a plaque the size of a piece of paper. And that'll be placed somewhere inside or outside that location associated with the naming opportunity that will indicate that their donation made whatever the naming opportunity is possible. I mean, the language has to be worked out, but that's the size of the recognition. So why don't we refer that issue back to the subcommittee, and we'll bring it back at the next meeting.
Thank you. And can we also keep note to try to maintain the privacy component upon request from the individuals donating?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that finishes item 18 and moves us on to item 19, which is authorization of the execution delivery of a lease agreement and site lease to finance the town center project.
Yes, Mayor, members of the council and the public. Yeah, before you is item number 19. It's to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the Town of Atherton authorizing the execution, delivery of a lease agreement and site lease to finance the town center project, approving related documents and actions, and approving professional service agreement with Jones Hall. In order to provide approximately $7.5 million to facilitate the cash flow and partially pay for the cost of the project, the town will lease certain real property under a site lease. The site lease payment of approximately $7.68 million consists of $7.5 million in project proceeds, as discussed earlier tonight, plus $180,000 in cost of issuance. It also includes entering into a lease agreement to pay semi-annual lease payments on the project proceeds. The town currently has the professional assistance of fiscal advisor consultant Urban Futures, bond counsel, disclosure counsel Jones Hall, and underwriter Stiefel, Nicholas and Company with the preparations and review of the financing documents to be approved tonight. On April 13, 2020, Stiefel, Nicholas and Company solicited bids from 25 banks for a private placement transaction. After receiving 3 bids on April 30th, ranging from 2.2% to 2.77%, the financing team evaluated the lowest bid against indicative public offering rates. A presentation to the Finance Subcommittee was made on May 4th, 2020, summarizing the bid results and supporting analysis, with further discussion at the City Council's May 6th study session. The bank, Capital One, submitted the lowest bid at 2.2% for a borrowing amount of up to $9 million with a 5-year par call option, and did not require onerous covenants. Again, this is 2.2%, assuming $7.5 million in project proceeds as we presented tonight. Average annual debt service of $860,000. The bank is ready to proceed with full credit approval and closing of the transaction after council adoption of the resolution. A non-binding term sheet is provided and is consistent with what was presented to the council on May 6th and was executed on May 8th, which is subject to council approval tonight. Staff expects the sale of the COP to take place around June 11th. And the following documents are to be approved. The resolution approves all documents and actions needed to authorize the execution delivery of a lease agreement and site lease to finance a portion of the town center project, including approval of the professional services with Jones Hall and the following substantially final form financing documents, together with any changes or additions deemed advisable and approved by authorized staff. The documents include the site lease agreement, purchaser's term sheet, placement agent agreement. As an alternative also to provide to a private placement, staff is also requesting authorization for a public sale of certificates of participation. This is in the remote case that the private placement is not able to close. This calls for the approval of the following additional final form documents: a trust agreement and a preliminary official statement, pursuant to which the COPs would be offered for the purchase by the public and must contain all facts material to the COPs and the town, and must not omit any such material facts. The preliminary official statement has been reviewed and approved for transmittal to the City Council by the town's financing team. With that, that's the end of my staff report and open to any questions. And we have consultants on here in attendance in the meeting for any questions that the council may have.
Okay, do I have any questions or clarification? Bill?
Yeah, I had asked George, and I think he commented that Mona would be ready to have reviewed the will agreement and make sure that it doesn't jeopardize any of our ownership, et cetera, as the park is being rendered as the real capital that's being used here to raise the money.
I have reviewed the conditions of the will, and there is a term in the agreement that acknowledges compliance with that. So I'm comfortable with moving forward with this.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Is there any public comment on this item?
I've received nothing.
Okay. I'll bring it back to the council. Does anyone have a comment?
Through the mayor.
Pardon?
Through the mayor.
Please.
I'm supportive of moving forward with the $7.5 million bond component as identified in the staff report. And I'm not quite sure if we can create, and I know we've talked about it in the past, where the use of these funds are, narrowly focused as we've used it as, for the Civic Center component, and, not to be carried over for 30 years. I mean, our intent is to, as we've identified, to use it as operational capital for the Civic Center component. But I know we can't bind a future council. But as long as we say it, I guess I'm comfortable with it.
This is an issue of the intent to pay it off in 5 years.
The intent to pay it off within the period that we, use it.
Okay. Well, I think this is an action item.
I'd like to move that we give the city and the executive committee the authority to move forward with executing this on or before the 11th of June for the amount as stated in the staff, which is 7.5 plus $180,000 covering the cost of issuance.
I will second it.
Weist,
Aye.
Widmer,
Yes.
Empress,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lewis,
Aye.
and Mayor DeGolia.
Aye. Okay, that moves us on to item 20, which is to receive a report and discuss and provide direction regarding the proposed photovoltaic and microgrid system.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This is Robert Ovadi, the Public Works Director. As Mayor indicated, we're seeking direction regarding the proposed photovoltaic and microgrid system. As you all are fully aware, the Town Center project, Town Center and Library Complex, is currently under construction. When the project was initially designed, it included provisions for rooftop parking, rooftop and parking canopy solar infrastructure, as well as a microgrid battery backup system. These were initially put in the documents as an additive alternate item. And when the construction bids were received on the initial go-around, the pricing for the system was significantly higher than the funds that we in the intent of the project.
Robert, I think we lost
as part of that.
So you could back up
sorry.
A minute or so. I think we lost audio.
Okay, certainly. So when the project was originally designed, it included provisions for rooftop and parking canopy solar infrastructure, as well as a microgrid battery backup system as additive alternates for the construction project. When the bids were initially received, pricing for the overall project was significantly higher than the available budget for the project. And per the direction of the council, the project was redesigned to reduce some of the project complexities and costs while maintaining the intent of the project. And as part of that redesign, the project scope was modified to make the buildings and the town center solar ready, including the basic infrastructure to support the solar and microgrid systems. Final installation of the systems were deferred to a later date, and the council recommended that the staff evaluate the possibility of entering into a power purchase agreement or other similar arrangement to allow for a third party to install the system at no upfront cost to the town. The town subsequently hired Sage Energy Consulting, teamed with Clean Coalition, to assist us in the procurement of a power purchase agreement purveyor. Sage Energy Consulting, along with the Clean Coalition, reviewed the project documents, and as part of their economic analysis, reviewed the solar layout and confirmed the efficiency of the system. Want to note that the design team initially designed the PV and microgrid system for a net energy to be net zero on the energy, and was specifically designed as an owner purchased and maintained system, and not for a power purchase agreement or third-party purveyor. And so as Sage did their analysis, it was with the intent of economic feasibility for private investment as opposed to owner operation. And as part of that, they took a look at the design and noted that there were areas that were significantly shaded and or oriented in a manner that was not optimal for efficiency. And they they evaluated the system with 3 different layout options as provided in your staff report. The first is predominantly in line with the original design intent, with some panels removed from the library as they were directly adjacent to the redwood trees behind the library and predominantly in the shade. The second option, noted as option 1, removes the panels entirely from the library building, as well as from the north side of the administration police department building, facing the Caltrain tracks, and then added some panels on the south side of the administration building. And then the second alternate option was providing additional panels facing east on the administration building. Sage ran a variety of economic models, including photovoltaics only, as well as photovoltaics with a battery energy storage system with microgrid. The microgrid was designed or outlined with a tiered loading system, wherein primary tier 1 would be for the police station and would provide coverage for approximately 4 days with renewal of the battery system from the solar panels. Tier 2 would be partial loading of the library, about 20% for 1 day. And then tier 3, made up of discretionary loads, would essentially be cut off during a power outage. And so their initial economic assessment was with a conservative bent, and the range of costs for PPA power were for option 2 at 22 cents and ranged all the way up to 27 cents per kilowatt hour. And with a PV only system, in with those numbers, the year 1 energy costs were a bit higher than just direct purchase from PG&E/Peninsula Clean Energy. With the addition of a microgrid battery backup system, the economics were even higher than just the PV only. The numbers are in the staff report. I'm happy to go through them a little more. Since this report was completed and submitted, Sage further did some further analysis and refined some of the assumptions, including reducing the size of the battery backup system, solely for looking at it as a way to manage energy usage and time of use charges rather than to provide for full battery backup for the building, relying on the diesel generator to be the backup system for the complex. In doing so, they reached out to an additional solar vendor, and that vendor indicated that pricing could be substantially cheaper than those initially assumed in the conservative modeling that Sage has done. And so with that, rather than a low number of 22 cents per kilowatt hour, it's looking like that number could be reduced down to about 16.5 cents per kilowatt hour without without the battery backup, the batteries used for energy management. And that number jumping up slightly higher to 20 cents per kilowatt hour for the photovoltaic system with the battery system in a reduced size just for time of use management. And using those refined numbers, the economics are a bit different and range from an initial year savings of about $1,000 for the system with the batteries and $2,000 for the system without the batteries. And the assumption is that the energy costs through the PPA would be stable for the 25-year term, wherein the cost of power from PG&E would escalate at approximately 3% adjustment annually. And with that, the cost of energy over time would be cheaper with the photovoltaics rather than purchasing through PG&E. And so we have several members from the SAGE and Clean Coalition team on the line. David Seiler and Tom Willard from Sage Energy, Bob O'Hagan and Frank Wasco from Clean Coalition. And I believe we have a few members from WRNS and Integral Group who are the project architect and design team for the system that was initially designed. And so I'm available to answer questions as well as members of Clean Coalition and SAGE. We're looking for direction as to whether or not how you would like to proceed with the photovoltaic system, the layout, and the size of the battery system if desired.
Okay. Okay. Questions of clarification? Bill?
Sure. So I've got 3 or 4 questions. One was on one of the layouts, it showed that there was PV being put on, maybe it's a parking structure, I don't know, but it says next to the trees, it says future. Is that future that is not in the design today? And so this is something that we're adding? So that's that is part of the layout. And so that's a solar canopy structure over parking. But is it in the original?
And that was modeled.
Is it in the design that we have today?
It is in the modeling, yes.
I know it's
the canopy structure is not part of the current construction project, but
that we have today, right?
That is correct. So it is the purveyor that would be putting it in.
Okay, so it is indeed future. I didn't know if that was okay. Second thing,
well, that would be done by whoever did the PPA, whoever our PPA partner.
That's correct.
But it's future. It's future. Okay. So the second question was
all future.
Yeah. Okay, I got that. Second question is if there's redesign. What's the cost from WRNS, or do we know for doing any redesign that's necessary?
What type of redesign are you referring to?
Well, we have clay tile in certain areas, so we would have to change the design drawings to put composite there, and you know, because we're changing where we're putting things, and so it is a
there
new
would be
it is a
some
new
additional
design.
cost in that.
It is a new design. So I guess my question is, are there costs that we will have to bear from WRNS or not?
There will likely be some additional cost for WRNS, as well as changes to the existing construction contract associated with any changes on the roof.
Okay, so, but those weren't included in here. So the next question I have is, regardless of how we go, we're still going to have a line, a PG&E line. And traditionally, you know, when they've taken out the cost of the power, the PG&E line generally is 60 to 70% of the cost of the service. And more and more, the PUC is approved putting more and more costs into that infrastructure cost. So is the savings of the power costs purely the generation of the power cost, or did we just take a swipe at the total number?
Well, the number gets reduced overall, not just on the power purchase, which is through a pass-through from Peninsula Clean Energy. But if you are procuring less power, you have a bit of a reduction in the energy charges or the transmission and distribution charges from PG&E, as they are commensurate with the power that you're bringing in.
Yeah, so my specific question is the $348,000 that we're taking, is that the total cost that we get in a bill from PG&E, or did we factor it down and it's purely the energy generation costs?
I believe the annual bill from PG&E for year one is assumed at $92,000, and that is all inclusive.
Of just utility generation?
No, that would be the total cost from PG&E. That's the total assumed bill from PG&E based on the 348,000 kilowatt hours.
Okay, so it's the energy usage, it's the energy cost. Okay. And
it's
then
the total cost of energy, including the distribution.
Well, we're still going to have a distribution line, right?
Yeah, but you don't pay for
We will have a
pay by the
distribution
amount
line.
of electricity that comes over the line.
So maybe it would be better to explain it this way. So without the PPA, we would be procuring the total of 348,000 kilowatt hours. Depending on the size of the system that's installed, you would reduce the overall amount of energy that you are pulling in from PG&E. And so that number would drop down from 348,000, let's say, down to 75,000. And so your rate would be commensurate with that drop.
As long as we've made sure that we're still having included in there the cost of the utility line, which is, by the way, substantial. It's 60 to 70%. Okay, so that's we are in with PCE today, and we're at 100%. So we are actually paying more for power today than if we had opted to stay at the 50 or 70% level. That's going to continue to ratchet up as that, right? So let's see.
We are at that 100% electric level, yes.
Right. So we're paying more for our power, but it is all sustainable.
So let me see if there's any other questions.
All right, fine. Thank you very much.
Any other questions?
I do.
Please.
During the process, we had a huge discussion related to the microgrid component and the heating facilities for both, not only the library as well as the administration police building. Can you tell me what those effects are in any changes that you're talking about now to those two components? Because I didn't hear anything related to impacts to the heating components to the system as designed.
Well, the overall way that the system operates in terms of heating and cooling for the buildings isn't proposed to be changed with the photovoltaic system. And depending on, I'm going to say, for clarity on your question, are you asking in the event of a power outage, or are you asking in general?
Well, as the subject line in the staff report says, the proposed photovoltaic and microgrid system components. So I'm assuming we're talking about both of those. So there's got to be some, if there's an impact to the microgrid system without having a photogrid, right? A photovoltaic, panels. Is there an impact to the consideration we did related to the heating system for both the library and the administration police building? Because we considered both options. The cost of going one direction was this way, but with the microgrid component, it was more efficient, and we went with the microgrid component in the current heating element design. Okay, I just want to know what the impacts to this new information would be if the microgrid component was removed, if the photovoltaic was removed. What does that do to our heating system to both buildings?
Okay, well, currently the system, the building does not have either one. And so they are being, powered through the PG&E lines. The backup system currently in the project is a diesel generator.
Correct.
And so the system is intending to operate, the system will operate utilizing direct power. With the addition of photovoltaics, it's still an electric energy system that is running. And what the PV system would do is just basically offset one type of energy with the other.
My apologies, Robert. I don't think you're getting, and maybe it's Rick, you may have this.
Yeah, Carrie, let me answer your question, because I think I understand. Both buildings are heated through a heat pump system that, as Robert said, uses electricity. And if that electricity is, if we have the solar arrays, then the electricity will be coming more from the solar array systems than purchased from Peninsula Clean Energy and PG&E. Whether or not we have the battery backup will make no difference to those heating systems.
Okay.
Right.
We had always contemplated that we would go out with an RFP for a PPA, and just to add to what Robert said, when we pulled the solar out of the project, we didn't do it just because of the costs. We did do it just because of the costs, but it wasn't just hard costs. It was also that there was this very substantial federal credit that we couldn't take advantage of, and that a PPA partner, because they're a private entity, could take advantage of it, and they would pass through a substantial piece of that costs to us so that the cost of the system would be reduced. And that was really the target in pulling this solar out of the whole design system and contemplating going with a PPA. And we always contemplated that the PPA response could be solar alone, or it could be solar plus battery. And we insisted on having the flexibility of looking at the pricing of what the solar plus battery being microgrid, would cost us and what the benefits would be. But it doesn't have any impact on the heating of either building, because both use the electricity, whether it comes from solar panels or from the power lines, doesn't really matter.
Thank you.
Okay, not seeing other questions. Let me just see if there's any public comment.
I don't have any, sir.
You don't have any? Yeah, I don't see any either. But I also want to give an opportunity if SAGE or the Clean Coalition representatives would like to add anything to Robert's summary, particularly with regards to this updated study that they've done. Now would be a great time to present that.
We did just get one hand raised from a Pauline Souza.
Oh yeah, Pauline is our principal architect. We'd welcome to have her make a statement.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh, great. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I didn't mean to jump in front of Sage, but I just wanted to maybe remind that, and this is to the point about some of the design change. We went through probably from 2016 to 2018 various location and studies on the PVs. I know we had looked in our files and it was about 18 different sets of analysis and 18 different locations. And some of the locations are what's being presented as an option in the report. At the time with the CCAC, there was some concern about the location and the visibility, though I think we all thought we could work together to figure out how to design that, as the target was about creating this civic center that would display innovation. So I guess to the question about designing it, we would ask that we would think about how we would need to re-engage the CCAC, and some of you were integral into that. It does it does highlight a question about the clay tiles, because it does cover a significant amount of that. So I agree that is something to really consider. The other thing is that we've always talked about the derating of the PVs, and I think it's true that the solar above the library is about 64%, and I think we thought the other PVs were derated about 73%. So just wanted to remind that even though the PVs were in shade, we still thought that there was a great value in their production, and allowed for the systems to be distributed on roofs without having to build canopies. So I just thought that, I know that many of you were deep into the the analysis and the various diagrams we all produced to look at that. Just thought it was important to give a little history to what we looked at, and explain why we thought the PVs on the library made sense at that time, and why some of the PVs shifted to the north or west, to the east, versus staying on the south side. I also wanted to just, I think to Councilman West's point, we did have solar, we did look at solar thermal on the roof at one time, and I think, or solar hot water, and that might be something that you were remembering as part of the overall system.
Thank you, Pauline.
So thank you.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes, please.
I just wanted to thank Pauline for her comments and remind us again about the solar panels on the library and, you know, in juxtaposition of the redwood trees. I was actually out there at the project today, and, you know, the redwood trees over the years, they continue to grow, and they can continue to grow. They're actually quite bushy. And I asked Marty, I said, I thought we were going to thin some of these out. And he says, well, we did take about 5 of them out, you know, and one was dead and everything. But they're quite dense, actually. And I just know from my personal experience in my home, I have redwood trees, and I had this one actually pruned up and kind of thinned out. I mean, it's really giant redwood, and it not only looks better, it looks healthier, but you can see through, and it's created more sunlight in an area where it had been very, very shady before. So we may think about that as we go forward, if we go forward, and I'm hoping that with this updated, report, and I'd like to hear more about it from Sage, but I just wanted to bring that thought forward right now.
Okay.
Hi, this is Tom Willard.
Okay, we have Tom Willard has his hand up.
Great.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent. Sure. So I wanted to start off with some of Bill's comments that he led off with. These, you know, insightful comments about the difference between the different components of energy. One of them being the energy cost, where you're actually buying the electrons, in this case from Peninsula Clean Energy, and then the facilities cost, or what's called demand cost, primarily in the bill, which are the cost of energy that you pay to PG&E to maintain the lines and provide the services to keep that going. The analysis that we did with the update reduced the battery size because it's no longer providing the microgrid, because the diesel generator is there. So the diesel generator provides the microgrid when the grid goes down. So we didn't have to do that with the solar and PV system, so we could reduce the amount of battery. But we kept it in there, and the reason we did is that over time, those demand charges that Bill talked about correctly are going up over time compared to the energy costs, can be addressed with the batteries. And you see that over time in our analysis, where the battery system doesn't provide much value early in the project, but as the project moves on and those demand charges become greater and greater, the batteries actually provide significant value. So that's why we kept those in there, to address those other charges. So that's the first thing I wanted to talk about. The second thing I wanted to talk about is the difference in pricing, which is quite large. When we looked at this project, we're looking at a number of different issues in estimating the price originally. And there are 3 important pieces of that. The small project size means it's harder to get a lot of vendors, and usually just smaller vendors respond to these projects. It was very complex with the roof that we had, as well as the small carport and then the microgrid. So there's a lot of project complexity there for a small project. And then COVID-19 uncertainty. All of those things added up to us estimating fairly high prices for this. We've kept reaching out to the vendor community to get updates about pricing. We got pricing, you know, indicative pricing from some vendors that was shaping the pricing we put forward in the proposal. When we got rid of the microgrid piece and reduced the size of the battery, we also got a larger vendor to respond to this and provide much more aggressive pricing. These larger vendors have much lower cost of financing, and they can put together PPA pricing that's much more competitive. And that's what we got. And so with that, we updated the numbers here, and they come in pretty much breaking even in year 1 and then over time, because it's a 0 cost escalator on the PPA, and we have the batteries contributing more and more over time. We see that during the 25-year project life, the system begins to save you more and more money over time. So can we guarantee that this large vendor will show up, or any large vendor? No, but we don't find out until we go out to the, if you decide to go out to the market, we would find out if they would. They did express interest. We may get other large vendors to express interest as well. So that's why there's such a significant change in the project economics, those reasons. And happy to answer any questions you have about that.
Okay. Questions? Well, I have a question. So my understanding is with the revision that you did, that it essentially shows a 10-year payback, and that in every year it's cheaper for us to get energy from the PPA partner. I mean, from the town of Atherton, we're essentially buying power from the PPA partner rather than from PG&E and PCE. That's what a PPA does, right? And
that's right.
And that
for
would,
the energy.
I mean, that for me, the bottom line here is it where's the electricity going to be the cheapest? And it sounds like it's not tremendously cheaper, but it is cheaper with your revised estimate. Is that right?
It is. It certainly is on an annual basis. And the reason there's a 10-year payback is that we included soft costs. So these are costs for staff time, legal, SAGE's costs. We did not include costs that are associated with redesign of the buildings or roofs, as Robert talked about and Bill asked about earlier. So those costs are not included in those costs up front, but we did include the significant soft costs other than that.
Okay.
So I have a question. Would there be savings with not including the large microgrid or any other equipment?
Right. So our new analysis did not include the microgrid controller and the larger battery. Mm-hmm. And so with that, we're showing annual savings from year one.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I guess, you know, to Councilmember Widmer's question up front, you know, it's always, anytime you make any changes, you know, there's redesign costs. And Pauline did indicate that some of the, we made 18 different kind of design creations through the process. Could, I don't know, through WRNS, I mean, how much more would it cost to modify one of those original designs that are comparable to what you're recommending? So.
Yeah, well, I think that those initial layouts weren't full design. So I think depending on the direction that we get from the council, we would have to have that conversation.
Okay. Okay. Never mind. I'll wait.
One other question, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So, regardless of going forward now or going forward later, where we've put the connection points up in the roof, they're not coming out. They're still going to be there. And you know, I was just out at the site the other day, and they've already run all the, or they're about to run all the piping underneath from where either the generator or the battery is going to be there. So I guess the question is it, if we choose not to do it today, I realize there's a cost, and but we could, it doesn't preclude us from ever doing it. Is that correct to the people from SAGE and also for George?
Well, let me try and answer that, Council Member. The way that the project is now, it is PV ready, and that's the intent of what the council approved. So yes, we have the conduits that are running from the auxiliary building where the generator and everything is running to the town center, and then within the buildings, the conduits up to the roof, based on the layout that was approved in the original design. So all of those conduits and everything are going to be in place. And so it does not preclude us from doing solar in the future, which in essence is what the PPA is versus what Amoroso is doing today. One of the items that is under consideration by the council is if the PV doesn't go forward now, then ultimately we would be changing the area that is composite roofing to be clay tile so that the roofing system is complete and looks as a project should when it's finished if solar is not included.
Okay, I've got a comment from David Canetta. David, would you like to?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm David Canetta.
David, we're having some real issues with your audio.
Sounds like he's tired.
No.
Yeah, David, it's entirely inaudible. So
it's a slow internet.
If he can dial back in, that might help.
Yeah.
I'll try to do that.
Yeah. Okay. In the meantime, let's take a comment from Jennifer Erskine.
Yes. Hi. Can all of you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I'm
Better than David.
from Amoroso Construction, and there's a few things that I thought we should add to consider where we're at in construction. I currently have the library roof beams on hold for fabrication until the decision for PV panels is made. So where we're at right now is we can have an impact to our project schedule and potential added cost if we can't make this decision quickly. In addition, there is a significant credit that would be coming to the town to offset if you move to clay tile, as Bill had mentioned, for City Hall. And I know the reports have been sent to all the council people, but no one's really talked about our construction schedule. And this could be a big impact to us as the library is on our longest path, or what we consider our critical path. So while I know you're looking towards the future, it was also mentioned by Robert, we have the infrastructure for future PV panels. However, if you didn't want to pursue that, you also could offset the cost of making your roof on the City Hall one look by having a significant credit from those PV supports on the library.
I'm not really following exactly what you're saying. That you're recommending that we don't do the PV and and we would have a big credit and do all.
It wouldn't be so much of a recommendation. I just want the town to be aware that we could have an impact to our project schedule. I currently, because I had assumed that this decision may come down tonight, put a hold on fabrication of our roof beams. Almost every one of our roof beams have to be drilled in fabrication to accept the PV support that's going to be on the roof for the library. So currently, our contractor has said, if we don't have to do that, you can get $73,000 back from me to offset making the roof at City Hall homogeneous.
So Jennifer, let me ask you a question. It sounds like that savings and the real urgency has to do with the library in particular. And my understanding of the proposal that we've got from Sage and in their two reports, neither of them includes any solar panels on the library. Is that right, Robert?
That's correct. The recommendation was for option 2, which took out the solar from the library.
So I guess, Jennifer, the question for you is, if we made the decision to not do solar on the library, would that help you? It sounds like that's the big issue right in front of you right now.
Yeah, I can't say for sure, but it would still be an impact for the fact that we have submittals and material also procured or in the process of being procured for the City Hall roof.
Right.
And so then that would be a change. We'd have to go through pricing, the change order process, as well as when we hold that on, where I'm looking to have a roof on by late summer, early fall before the rains come.
Right.
So that's also an urgent matter for us.
Okay. Pauline, do you have your hand up?
Hey, Rick, if I could, just on Jennifer, a couple of questions, because now I'm a little confused.
Go for it.
Yeah, hey, so Jennifer, I've had the assumption that we were retaining the ability to add solar late in the project, and that we had built it in a way that was consistent with doing that adding these PV cells could be done in a year or 2 years or 5 years. Were you telling me that was a bad assumption on my part?
It's not so much of an assumption that it looks, and Pauline can probably weigh in on this, is many different models were done prior to construction or to bid, and assumptions and studies were made, and a certain design is in place. So if we follow what the recommendations are by SAGE, we're adding more PV panels to City Hall roof, which requires more work. From my structural steel contractor, from my roofing contractor, there's added design. There's also the impact to the schedule.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I'm asking a slightly different question. Let's say we put a clay tile or something else on City Hall on the administration building. Now.
Mm-hmm.
Are we precluding ourselves from ripping that off and adding PV in 3 years? Because you said stuff needs to be drilled now during construction, or is that still an option? Reasonable option?
Well, I'm not a PV expert. I'm sure there's post-construction ways that you can add PV supports. I'm going by what our current design is. And from our current design, we would have to do work now to receive the supports.
Okay. And then could you also tell me, when you talk about delay, I know you don't even know what the plans are, but in your mind, are we talking about a month or 6 months, or how long do you think, really, order of magnitude delay are we talking about?
It really depends on the process. So the process here would be going to find out what system you would be going with, and then that would have to go to the designers. That would have to be designed, and then it would have to be sent to me for review, evaluation, pricing, and then the change order process. So that inherently has time. I can't speak to specifically the duration, but I do know that through our current environment, our project has already experienced a delay. And we're trying very hard to mitigate that. And steel is the first thing that we need for the library, barring the walls.
Robert, do you have any sense of timing on that?
Well, I think that the first item with regards to the library, the decision of whether or not to have them have the supports for PV implemented now, as opposed to somebody coming in later to do that. I think that the council can make that decision, and it would have a positive impact on the project in terms of allowing Jennifer to remove the hold on that roof and allow for the credit to be negotiated for the savings in terms of having no tack on and weld those supports. She is correct in terms of there is going to be some additional time associated with if we were going to want to change the layout of the solar panels on the town hall administration building roof to allow for the implementation of what do you call it, composite roofing instead of the clay tiles. And then we can have some discussion as to whether we want the PV supports to be installed by Amoroso, or if we want to leave it to the PPA provider. Those are inherently things that have to be worked through the design conversations.
But that's more than a 30-day delay in your view?
By the time we work out the agreement with WRNS and get that design done, yes, that would definitely be more than 30 days.
Would it be less than 6 months?
It should be less than 6 months. It's just a matter of what needs to be ordered and when. Go ahead, George.
There are too many things that we still don't know with respect to this to negotiate this at a public meeting.
Well, and can I just ask, I mean, I think, Mike, it seems like you're, it's like a linear thing. Would it be 30 days or 6 months just for the roof in a delay of the overall project? I mean, there are things going on all the time, and that would be just one area of work that would be pushed back, but not the entire project would be delayed, I don't think. Maybe I'm wrong.
Is that true?
I just didn't see that.
I did have that assumption. This would push the entire project. So can someone answer that question?
You're correct. We can't finish our roof beams. How should I say this? The way that the design is that we need to finish our roof beams so we could start the interiors. So
this is for the library.
Correct.
Okay, well, I'm not talking about the library.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I've got a couple of people that are from WNS that have their hands up, but I think, per what I said previously, right now there's no recommendation to do solar on the library. So it seems to me that I'd be comfortable saying we're not going to put solar on the library. That will help Amoroso with respect to the library, and we need to quickly come to a decision about whether we're going to go out to bid for solar on the admin police building. And if we can't do that tonight, I don't know how quickly Sage is able to go out and do that, but
yeah.
Well, it seems to me that from Jennifer, that's the library roof is really the most critical for her at this point in time right here today. So tomorrow she could go and make a call and say, bring me my roof beams and don't hold them back. Don't have to, yeah.
You are correct. There's also the fact that I also have my fuel oil tank on hold. One thing that has been considered is to delete that to help offset the cost of the PV system and the microgrid system. Mm-hmm. That also could potentially have an impact. It's not currently on my critical path, but it would be a decision that would have to be made very quickly, because it is a system that has to be fabricated. Money has already been put down for a deposit, which we're trying to see how much we can get back. But it is a challenge. So it's both buildings are vital to stay on schedule. And to do that means I'd like to have power. I would like to have my generator and fuel oil system figured out quickly so we can stop the process of either moving forward or we know what we're doing.
May I weigh into that item?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. So just, I know we're talking about the city hall, but relative to the library, I still believe since we have conduits to the roof that there is future reason to put the PVs in its place. Different than the SAGE report, which is really taking a sharp financial look at it. I still believe, or we still believe, that adding PVs to the library roof has benefit. Even at 64% efficiency, it would still offset costs, the bills to the library. Perhaps the return doesn't happen in a few years, but it's still of benefit. So I just wanted to put that out there, that I think the savings that's being expressed is not, in my opinion, enough to think about discarding the library, because it won't offset, in my opinion, what we're doing for what is being considered for the city hall. So just to put out there that in order for PVs to be put on the library roof, if not now, but in the future, the structure needs to be sound enough to be able to support that. And David's number is 408, by the way, in case I took up his time by mistake. So thank you for that. Thank you for the time.
Okay.
We also have Mayor DeGolia. We have John from WRNS that wants to address council.
Okay, John.
Yes, Mayor DeGolia and council, thank you for this opportunity to address you here virtually. I appreciate the ability to meet with you this way. I did want to just follow up on Pauline's comment, I think, which is an important one, just to note that the design has been completed for the support structure for the library to receive PV. And at a production rate of, mid 60%, that's still contributory, that still contributes to the overall production on the site. So whether that's part of the PPA agreement today, what's nice about a system is that you have the ability to adapt and expand with time. And when we designed the campus, Carrie had brought up as well the notion of the heat pump, right? And we really kind of considered the whole campus as a central campus idea in terms of its energy usage. And so the ability for all of these buildings to contribute is actually quite important to that campus idea. And the library is a structure with a flat roof. So in some regards, it's got a more efficient design and layout to receive PV as well. So I think a $70,000 credit, while it might sound enticing today, in the long term, thinking 25, 30, 50 years down the road, that may not pan out when you consider energy costs and just the flexibility that would bring to the town. So that's a point on the library. With regard to the credit consideration for the move from a diesel generator and fuel tank to a microgrid, I think that is actually an interesting credit to consider. Just as I think we've all become a little more aware of carbon consumption and our role in the environment here, I think the idea of putting a fossil fuel generator on a site, a brand new campus, may be in some ways counterintuitive and from that regard. And that is a fairly sizable credit for consideration for the report today. So I just wanted to echo that. I thought that was, yeah.
I hear what you're saying, but I feel the need to tell you that our generator is already fabricated and stored off site. So there would be no credit for the generator. It's already made.
Oh, I apologize. I apologize, Jennifer. I thought you had said that was actually on hold.
No, we're attempting to see if we can return it, but it doesn't look favorable. And so the town has paid for it. It's ready to be installed. I don't think it can be returned. So I apologize for interrupting you, but I do need to share that information with you.
I want to bring this back to the council on
I have to close that up. I should vacuum that out.
I don't know who's talking, but I want to bring this back to the council on the issue of going forward. Really, the issue here, I think this item is with the PPA RFP. Somebody, can you mute people?
Yes, sir.
Are there any other questions or comments from members of the council?
Seems we already
through the
had
mayor.
public comment.
If there's any, yeah, I don't even know if there is public comment, but I was just going to say through the mayor, I think that we can move forward with the component related to the library photovoltaic.
Well, yeah, you know, I've kind of got a different opinion about that now from our from hearing Pauline and John speak, and the design of the roof, of the library, it's always been there, and so to design it to receive the photovoltaic. So I'm a little confused as to why the fabricator is waiting and not just going ahead and designing it the way it was planned for photovoltaics. So I'm a little confused about that, and that it would be a delay.
If I may speak to that, we felt that we could wait 1 week until this meeting for a decision to be made.
I see.
So it's something that we could burden and work through, but if it continues on, then it will be an impact to the project, and that's what I was trying to convey.
But it still could be fabricated according to the specs, correct?
Correct.
And the fabricator is not going to have a problem with it. It's not a technical issue that he won't know how to do it.
No, it was an opportunity to offset should the council choose to look at City Hall and put all of clay tile on that roof. It would offset that cost and make it minimal to the town.
Yeah, I think, yeah. I think that was a nice consideration, Jennifer. But actually, to create the library, that library building, the savings of that $72,000 is already baked into the cost of that building, and that's a separate pot of money, and it can't be merged into our funds. It's kind of separate. The library has its own set of finances and funding sources. So a savings from that can't be transferred over to the Civic Center admin building. And at this point, I feel it very strongly that we should go ahead and fabricate the roof to receive photovoltaics on the library just as planned, because of original planned.
Well, I think we should vote on it then.
Well, of course, but yeah, but that's just, and then we'll talk about the other building.
I think we should cover both of them today. We're already here.
Of
So
course.
I have a question for SAGE or the Clean Coalition. It was, from reading the report that you made, it was my understanding that the photovoltaics on the library were not financeable through a PPA. And we don't have it in our budget to pay for them. So I'd like to confirm, I don't know, is that accurate?
It would impact whether a PPA financing party would take the project. It may. And the reason is those panels are not producing very much energy compared to the panels that are oriented towards the south. And that is actually a risk to them over time, because the value of energy from those panels is quite a bit lower than the rest of the system. And it reduces the value of energy from the PPA overall. So right now the PPA if we get solid pricing in, it can actually save money. But if we put that piece in with the significant shading on it, the PPA no longer makes sense financially. That's a risk that the financiers take into account. If you're losing money on the project, they see that as an increased risk. if there's enough of that risk, some financiers will back away from the project.
But it's possible to have it as an optional area should they choose to increase production on site.
Absolutely, absolutely. You can go out and put optional areas and let the vendors propose on that if they're comfortable doing so and they think that that will enhance the project.
Well, that makes sense.
So
But leaving them as optional areas doesn't give SJA any determination with respect to what they need to construct and where, with respect to the roofing systems.
Right.
Well, you design it to receive it, and if you can't put it on, then you can't put it.
Right. So this is Tom again, Sage, and if we were going to put an RFP on the street with optional areas, we would like to see that those areas were solar ready. We're capable of handling that. We wouldn't put those as options for the vendors unless that roof was structurally capable of handling that.
Well,
That's my point.
so if you ask me, we had an experience where we went out with bids for this entire project last June with a whole bunch of options, and it was very complicated, and it got slammed in our face because we A, didn't get many responses, and B, the responses were very expensive because it was so complex. So I think that if the photovoltaics on the library cannot be financed reasonably through a PPA, that if you put them in as an option, I'm worried about that it's going to be difficult. And if we were in a position to pay for it ourselves, the inefficiencies isn't such a big deal. But we're not in a position to pay for it ourselves. So given this analysis, it looks to me like we got to have somebody come in with a donation to make that happen. And I don't see that happening right now.
Rick, can I just also mention we're at hour 5 in this meeting, and it'd be great to get some conclusion to some of these.
Amen.
Mayor DeGolia, this is David Canada. Can you hear me this time?
Who is this?
This is David Canada from Integral Group. I'm part of Pauline's team.
Okay, be very brief.
Okay, sorry. We're talking about the library, so I understand what you're saying about, you don't have the money for it now, but it should be fairly straightforward to just have it piped and ready for future PV. And I think the vice mayor was talking about an idea like that, and that way you kind of have the best of both worlds. It's possible that the price of PV will keep falling, so at some point in the future it won't be very expensive, and it will potentially become a no-brainer to put PV on a couple years from now. And if you're set up for it, it should be a big issue to put it in later. So I just wanted to throw that out on the table.
That's what Carrie was saying. Okay. Any other comments from anyone on the council?
I personally don't think that either of these projects, as they are today, and with still some unknowns, make much sense. And if we want to leave the library as is, because again, when we went to Anne Marie and she said, hey, do it as designed and I'm happy to pay for it. And if it doesn't make any sense, we and she's willing to increase how much money she's putting in, then she can pay for them. But it doesn't look to me like the trees aren't getting any shorter. And so, and PV, as it becomes more efficient, it's also going to be made out of different types of material. And so it won't be as heavy either. So as the technology improves, you're not precluded from putting it on. You don't maybe have to have everything that you had to put it on before, but
That's I'm not sure you're qualified to make, actually.
well, actually, Mrs. Lewis, I actually had a consulting company and a production company that actually made PV. And I did have people that were doing sustainable engineering back when I owned GH Solutions. So, and I brought that up when we were looking at WRNS's design. It was me who told them I thought that with the way that PV works, that wasn't going to be very efficient. And so I actually do know something about solar energy and solar panels.
Well, it sounds like with respect to the library, we could go with the design that is there right now. And that would be, you know, maybe we'll add PV in the future and maybe we won't. We can look at that, or the library can look at it, we can decide. With respect to the admin and police building, the estimate from Sage is that the cost of the power is going to be cheaper with solar than without it.
I think that it's a sketchy marginal analysis, and it was done at the last minute. And I understand that they got some bids in there, but personally, it's marginal in my book. And the way I'm looking at the numbers, I think if you were to ask the city manager, I think that, you know, his indication was, you know, it's really, we're making a policy decision. Do we want to have green energy, which we already have today, 100%, or do we want to make an investment that's right on the borderline? And in the previous meeting, we weren't so sure that we wanted to make a borderline discussion. So here we are making the same type of discussion here.
I don't know what you mean by that.
When we had our earlier meeting, there was some discussion on savings and things like that.
Okay, well, I'd like to move forward and come to some conclusion. We can discuss each building separately.
If I can chime in on the library component.
Please.
I am, my current position is just the library component is to move forward without having the PV panel set. I think that it does impact if there would be a consideration in the further discussion next door. I don't think it's going to get any better with the redwoods and everything else. And even though it would be reflective of a cost savings of $73,000, I understand that there's a pot of funds for that, but if it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense. So, you know, I'm in favor of moving forward away from PV on that building.
So to be clear, design the library roof without stanchions for solar installation.
That's correct. If it doesn't make sense today, is it going to make sense tomorrow with the trees continuing to grow? I don't think it will.
Well, I mean, it sounds like there's a difference of opinion as to whether it makes sense. The WRNS is saying that it makes sense for us as the consumer, but it doesn't make sense, according to Sage, for a third-party private investor.
Yeah.
So we're not looking at putting solar. It looks like we're not looking at including the solar on the library in the PPA. We could continue with what we've got, and if we decide, or the library decide, we're going to have money coming in from the library, right? There's a fund of money that once we've paid off this building, it continues to increase every year, and we don't know how to use it. We haven't known how to use that money for the last 6 years.
So we could have it solar ready.
So we could have it solar ready, and one thing we could use that money for at some point is to put solar on the library to the benefit of the entire project.
Yeah.
So from my standpoint, Rick, that makes a lot of sense. And maybe as a way to proceeding, we just actually take a vote. And George, you may not need a vote, but it's nice to just get it clear on the library. And then let's move over to the other one.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I understand you right, the options here would either be to not put in the PV supports and basically exclude PV from the library, or to put in the supports but not to put in PV now. That's the option?
Correct.
Okay. So, and this is direction, am I right, George?
That's correct.
So why don't we poll the council to see whether you want to put in the supports or not put in the supports. In either case, we're not putting in PV on the library now.
And go
Yeah,
one by one here.
I would be in favor of the option of plumbing it and having it ready for a future concept.
Great. I would too.
I would too.
I'm in favor of building it as designed, which is put the supports in, but no PV.
Okay,
yes.
So I think that's
the library
on that issue. Let's move to the other building. And on the other building, it looks like it's either, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's either, in either case, Sage would go out with a RFP for a PPA, and we'd have to see what the PPAs say. We're not going to do anything until we get the response from the PPA partner.
Well, with the City Hall building, I think Sage is giving you several options for solar placement. Potential option 1, option 2, or the as designed. And the recommendation is either option 1 or option 2, probably option 2. That's just one scenario. If you decide, staff's recommendation, or at least my recommendation is, if you decide you want to put solar on these buildings and you pick an option that Sage is providing you, that's a decision point that SJA needs to know so they can begin making the changes to the building to accommodate solar installation. That means removing clay tile, putting stanchions in with whatever option you chose, with the idea that you're going to go with solar, regardless of how the bids come back. That's an option. The other option is just to flip it and say, we're going to do solar at some future date. We're going to put clay tile back on that section of the roof where we removed it.
But would we not have to put stanchions up?
No.
You know, my comment about the whole proposal from the staff report, the report that was given and the analysis was just, I was ready to throw in the towel on the whole thing because it just seems so untenable and unfinanceable. But the current analysis with the removal of the microgrid and the paring it down and making it more manageable and the payback being within a 10-year period, I think that that is really something that we should consider. It just makes the building, it uses a lot of the infrastructure that we've already built in. I don't know if you've gone over to the site and seen all the giant PV conduit that's snaking everywhere in preparation to receive all of this from the mechanical area. And so I think that we just don't want to throw all of that away. And I know it's making a change, but I think it's a change that we will be happy that we did 10 years from now. So I really think that we should consider making it ready now to receive the PVs, and let Sage go out and get us a PPA for the design that they've created.
It makes sense to me that their analysis is that it is more cost effective to do the PV than to buy the energy from PG&E and PCE. And I'd like to see, we're not going to do anything unless the bids come in right, but I think we should see what the bids are.
And I think we have to kind of prepare for it and get the design ready to.
Yeah, that's not exactly correct. It's more than design. If we go out to bid, and it could take a month, 2 months, 3 months, depending on the market, who knows? But if you make a decision with respect to the building, SJA needs to make those changes to the building to accept the solar. So we are actually making commitments in physical location to accept solar. Change orders and everything.
Because it's less expensive, I think, to do it now than to do it later.
The game plan was to go to a PPA.
Right, that's the idea. But yeah, well, if the council wants to go to a PPA, the decision you're making this evening is telling us, staff and SJA, we need to make changes to the building to accommodate coming solar. And if you decide 3 months from now, the bids are not great and you don't want solar, we've already made changes to the building to remove clay tile, put in stanchions, and keep this project moving along without delay to accommodate that solar.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I do think that we'll get a reasonable bid. I mean, Jan Pepper at PCE told me yesterday that they would do it. They've got a commitment to do 25 megawatts of solar in San Mateo County. And she told me that they were interested in it. I mean, that they're not going to step in front of somebody else, but that they would, they have to look at it, but they would do something, is what she told me.
So I apologize. I personally am not interested in any design cost additions or delays to this project at this point. So my decision would be to stick with what we have, no additional design changes. Frankly, I think I would put tile back up on the roof in the areas that it didn't have. So now I'm clear.
Well, wouldn't that be a design change if you put tile back?
Well, I think that what we heard earlier from Jennifer is that there could be a significant saving if we did that. Because now she doesn't have to have a different roofer.
Correct. And in this instance, it wouldn't really be so much of a design change because we already have the clay tile and the details for the other sections of the roof. It's so much just a material change.
Yeah. So that's my comment.
Jennifer, I'm sorry, this is Pauline. I don't quite understand that because right now we have PVs atop of clay tile roof. So you're saying it's the same strategy. So we're not saving that material unless you're saying we're taking out tile and putting in PV panels instead.
No, what I was answering for Councilman Weiss' comment was that in the areas where they had alluded for future PV panels, we would be putting clay tile down in lieu of the comp roofing, and that would just be the change in material.
So, okay, so you're saying that clay tile roof is less expensive than the comp roofing?
No, it is slightly more. However, if we were to, one of the items I was tasked was to look at various options for value engineering. And that was to delete the PV supports at the library, which sounds like that is on the table, maybe not. And if that was, that would help offset the cost.
we can't switch money back and forth.
And the council just made the decision to leave the stanchions at the library.
Yeah, so those were the items I was tasked with.
Okay, so Bill has his hand up.
Yeah, so, you know, we're paying 10% or so more for having 100% clean energy today. And so the numbers that are shown here are taking into consideration energy cost at 100%. So at that, it's about a 1% savings, okay? And so if we're really that interested in having a return on investment, then we should go back to the 70 or 60% clean energy versus 100%. I'm not suggesting that though. I think at this point in time, you know, my vote of deciding what to do today would be to leave the design where we have all the connections on the roof, just where we said we were going to do it, but put the tile roof back on. And, you know, as time goes on, we will have money, or we can always go out to another provider at some time in the future when it may make more sense, and take into consideration and take use of building carports along the train station and putting up PV there, which actually would be unencumbered by shade and would get the sun coming from both ways, and would actually be very efficient and fairly inexpensive to go do.
Well, that's certainly something we could look at adding. I mean, this is not we're not, even if we went with 100% of the SAGE recommendation, we wouldn't be generating 100% of the electricity we need. So,
but we're not using we're not using 100% of the carport space that potentially will become available.
No, we are using 100% of the carport space for our property. We're not using the Caltrain property because we don't have that property yet.
Right, yet.
But I have a real problem with us setting up the library for PV, which I actually think it makes sense to do, because in the future there's going to be library money available to pay for those PV panels. So we could add them in whatever, 5 or 10 years. Once we've paid the library back the advances that they've given us, we're going to be generating money every year. So I think, as Mike said, that makes a lot of sense. But I got to say, I have a really hard time with us contemplating setting up PV on the library, which is the far less efficient location, and not putting any PV on the admin and police building, which is being built in a parking lot where there are no trees directly impacting that space. I think we should go out and get the bid and let SAGE do their work. And if they can't generate an offer that makes sense to us, we won't do it. But
so what's it going to cost to go out for the bid?
Well, we're already
and evaluate the bids. What's the staff time cost, which we hear several times from other council members that they don't want to spend any staff time because we don't have any staff time. So what's the cost of the staff time for doing this?
I don't have that exact answer, but we already had the proposal from SAGE to do the work. So it would just be another task that they wouldn't be doing.
Okay. But they're not the guys doing so they would be going out
doing the work. It's being done by SAGE and Clean Coalition. The staff time is, I'm George, correct me, or Robert, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's principally on them. They're the contractors doing the work.
Yeah.
So they're going to get the bids from the different providers.
Yeah.
They would write the RFP. We'd release the RFP. They'd participate in the review of that response.
Okay, that wasn't clear.
If I could, I'm trying to understand what I heard George say earlier. George, what you're saying though is we're going to make a decision tonight that's going to commit us to doing a PPA. Is that right?
Yeah, we're at a decision point, as SJA tried to point out with the bill.
Okay. I mean, I get that. And so from my standpoint, my concern is, I don't like the process, by the way, we ended up here. I feel like we went through this, we've been talking about this for a long time. And we ended up with a proposal that came to us this, the day of the meeting that said it's kind of a wash, which is a frustrating place to be. The factors I'd like to learn more about, I think if this is going to increase cost or increase delay, I don't do anything that leads to a delay in the completion of this project, or that's going to increase the cost of this project. We're going to be borrowing money for this project. I think it's important we get it done on time. At the same time, if there's a way to get this done, on time, on schedule, it'd be great to have solar on this building. Can anybody tell me whether that's possible?
Marty?
Yeah, Marty's got his hand up.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, I was just texting somebody. What was the question?
The question for me are the factors for me, Marty, are I'd like to have solar. That would be nice.
Yeah.
It is more important to me that we get the project done on time and on budget.
Okay.
Are those in conflict?
Yes. So if you went with the current design that's in the bid docs for the panels on City Hall and the ancillary building, and really City Hall, then there would not be any kind of impact to the schedule or additional cost. Now, if you go with the option 2, the Sage proposal, they're moving panels in other locations that are currently not in the design package. So we would have to have WNS redesign the roof stanchion to put these, and that could take at least a month or more. And then that has to go, like Jennifer said before, to Amoroso. They have to review it, and then they have to get it priced out by their contractor, their fabricators, and then they do come back with a cost to do that. So there's going to be cost for the design, and there's going to be cost for the fabrication changes, and there's going to probably be, I would say, at least 3 months delay for that.
Wow. So again, it would be nice to have, it'd be good to have. I don't know whether we've mishandled this or not, but at this point, I'm reluctant to do anything that's going to add 3 months to the schedule. I just am. Although, I'm open to it. I mean, Rick in particular, I'd like to hear what you think. How would you approach that?
I think it's a total snafu. So I take it, Marty, from your comments that the construction of the roof is quite a bit different, where the current design has solar panels than has clay top. Is that correct?
Correct. As you know, in Robert's report, the Sage design for option 2, which is their preferred or recommended one, has panels in places that the current design does not, and takes them away from other locations. And so the design team, once if that's the set pattern and that Sage comes up with, and that might take some time to, I don't know if they're at the point yet where that's exactly where they want the panels to be. They're going to be in the most efficient location. I don't know if they went to that level of detail. Maybe they did. And if that's the case, then the WNS design team with Integral would have to look at that, and then wherever their stanchions currently in the designs would have to come out, and the new stanchions would have to be put in to accommodate where these new panels will be located. And then again, that'll be at least a month or so to do that. And then again, Jennifer on Amoroso's side would take probably at least a month for her fabricators to review all this and make the changes. And again, there's going to be cost for design and cost for the fabrication changes. And again, probably at least 3 months.
May I ask a question of Sage, Mr. Mayor?
Sure.
So right now, just as a reminder, below all the PV panels on City Hall is asphalt shingles. Where we don't have PVs, we have clay tile roofs. To the Sage folks, if we went out, were you thinking we would have, could we install, I guess, PVs over clay tile roofs as we have it now designed and still make financial sense? In other words, build off of this, and I don't know, this doesn't quite work out architecturally yet, but build off of what we have and then consider adding PVs over the clay tile like they do for residential as retrofits. Does that make any sense at all?
Right, I'm going to ask David Seiler, our project manager, to answer that question.
Yeah, hi, this is David. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I would say that there's a couple elements to this. One is the current design in the conform set has PV modules facing north, which again is a risk for a financier. It has very low yield. It's about 50% less yield or production than the ones just simply on the other side of the roof that are facing the sun. And so that's why we made the recommendations for option 2, to have the modules in areas where they receive good sunlight. There is the ability to put PV modules on a composition shingle roof without stanchions. Certainly you want to understand which roof surfaces will have Spanish tile and which will have composition shingle roofs. In my experience, typically if a roof has Spanish tile and they want to add PV to it that does not already have stanchions sticking out, you know, where Spanish tiles were, if that roof was not made ready to have solar on it, you would have to take the roof off, all the tile, and then put in your stanchions and then put it back. So it would be possible to put down comp shingle and have a design at a later time, make the attachments to the roof and maintain the warranty of the roof. But if you had a Spanish tile roof there, you could not do that. You would have to take the roof off at a considerable cost, which would make it more challenging to make it economically viable.
And I think when we started down this path, the thought was the PPA was, I think the words no-brainer were used quite a lot. You know, it's going to be a no-brainer. It's going to pay, and it's turning out to be much more complicated than that.
Can I ask a question, please?
Yeah. Please.
Okay, so what I heard the project manager say is if we had a comp roof, it would be easier to come back and install solar panels over that at some future date rather than if it was all clay tile. And then is that correct?
That's correct, but there obviously is an aesthetic impact there.
Yes, right. I mean, let's just kind of brainstorm here for a second. If you took all the clay tile off, did all comp roof just from the get-go, and then you know, when we're ready for the PV to be installed, we go and install it exactly where Sage or the PPA vendor says it has to be installed, and then we do that, and then wherever else it wasn't installed, we can go back and put clay tile. Is that a possibility?
Yes, and I think pretty confidently you could put clay tile in areas where it's not ideal for solar, you know, areas facing north where the sun isn't coming from. So, you know, there are certain portions of the roof that you could certainly designate and maintain the Spanish tile, and there would be certain areas, for example, the ones that we suggested have optimal solar locations, those could be clay tile, or those could be composition shingle, and then the roofer could then, you know, come back and add Spanish tile later. But that would typically not, the adding Spanish tile would typically not be included in a PPA, although there might be credit from SJ Amoroso for removing tile. As they stated, tile is more expensive than composition
So
shingle.
just one more little question. How much redesign, roof redesign, would SJ Amoroso have to do in order to do that?
If you took the areas that we're indicating are ideal for solar and put them with composition shingle, it would be fairly little redesign because you wouldn't have to put in stanchions. If you did want to put in stanchions, which is a method, and some people prefer that option, then that would take more design work. But you could put in composition shingle on those areas without stanchions, very little redesign. You'd be putting in a material cost, a material that is less cost, and using comp shingle than the clay tile, and then add solar at a later time.
Pauline, what does that sound like to you?
I think it's oversimplified in some areas. The hip condition, if I'm looking at the SAGE diagram, it really is solar on all areas except for the main front, and I think that's what you're calling north.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's as simple. I think it might be a redo of what that roof is, because the proposal is covering most of that roof with PV panels. And so that might mean a little different way of thinking of the city hall. And that's okay. It's very different than where we were, but it's not something we can't all figure out. I would think the same thing goes for the other awnings, or the other one awning proposed, because it should fit with the character of the building also. So I think it's a little more involved than what was stated, but not impossible.
So
hard to put it this way, hard to have a building that has 1/3 of the roof clay tile and 2/3 of it PV over asphalt shingle.
Right. And look aesthetically beautiful.
Yeah.
I understand. I think that was one of the struggles that the CCAC committee had in the whole design of the PVs and the clay tile roofs. And it's and you know, it's a struggle for me right now, you know, what the look and feel of the building should be, and how much do we want to compromise that in order to have the PV and solar energy.
Well, let me say something. I think as a policy matter, that probably there's support on the council for PV, but the problem here is that the design of where we put PV, which was an aesthetic discussion that the CCAC had and that ended up in the design, didn't take into account what was economically feasible for the PV, which was to use the most efficient locations for PV. And what ended up was using less efficient locations, which is not marketable under a PPA. So if we don't have the money to pay for the PV ourselves, and we don't have a donor that's providing that money to us. So if we're going to have PV on this roof, it's going to have to be done through a PPA. And if it's be done through a PPA, what I'm getting from SAGE is that if we want it to be cost effective, it's got to be done on those locations of the roof that were designed, that have sun and were designed for clay
tile.
So we're going to have to either decide that we don't do PV, and unlike the library, which we can set up for PV, I mean, yeah, the conduit is there in this building, but we're not putting in the stanchions and leaving the asphalt on if we're not putting PV on them. That would make no sense. So we're either going to go with no PV on this building, or, you know, bite the bullet, do the redesign and put the clay tile where it doesn't make economic sense for PV, and put PV where it makes economic sense.
Boy.
I think that's.
You want to poll the council?
Yeah. I know where Carrie's at.
Hasn't changed.
Mike, where are you at?
I think we have to do, I'm unhappy with this, but I'm not willing to impose a delay or a potential cost increase. And so I think we have to proceed with the clay tile and no PV.
I'm in the same boat.
Okay.
You know, I honestly think that, you know, the CCAC committee agonized about aesthetics of the building. We're in this residential environment. The building is going to be beautiful. It just does not lend itself to solar panels in a very real productive way, it seems to me. And although I'm agonizing about it, I just feel that we should maybe in the future, if something, you know, I think we should just do clay tile throughout and finish the building in a beautiful way. And in the future, if solar panels become more efficient in some way, or, you know, all of our trees get blown away or whatever.
Don't let Betsy
Well,
hear you say that.
you know, on my house, I wanted solar panels really badly, and nobody would build them for me because they said it was too much shade.
Yeah, but this is a parking lot where there is space that isn't shaded. It just wasn't designed to take advantage of that.
Right.
We have a design change if we're going to take advantage of what is there. Okay, I think I need to take public comment.
I think we've had public comment.
Well, but this conversation is, in this virtual format, we've taken public comment more than just once at the beginning.
You have Valerie Gardner, sir.
Okay. Valerie,
Hi there. Can you hear me?
yes, please be brief.
Okay, so this is a debate and discussion that reflects a lot of the issues associated with trying to eliminate emissions completely. Many places are struggling with where do you put up the solar and the wind if you're trying to get rid of fossil fuels. What I would say is that I do think you've done a great job of deliberating with these difficult issues and trying to grapple with the trade-offs. In my book, what really matters is not whether you have solar on your roof, it's whether you can actually get 100% clean energy, zero emission energy. PCE is working towards acquiring and contracting for clean energy. They're nowhere near having zero emission energy. They are not anywhere near 90% clean energy. They're probably at 50 or 60% having contracts for solar that will be built in the future. This speaks to the need to support getting clean energy through PG&E, through PCE, maintaining Diablo Canyon and not letting it be closed down and having natural gas, and a whole lot of other types of support to keep energy clean. If you can't have it on your roof, which many places cannot, then we need to be thinking about how do we make sure our energy stream is clean that's coming through the grid. And I thank you all for your very considerate deliberation and urge you to support not just PCE being clean, but also PCE maintaining Diablo Canyon power when they're offered $5 or $6 million of free Diablo Canyon energy, because that will help their energy stream be greener.
Ms. Gardner.
And they're, yeah, okay, thank you.
Valerie. Thank you, Valerie.
Public comment?
No, sir.
Okay.
I'm all for nuclear energy.
Yeah, can't we put one of those nuclear small power plants instead?
Well, I will say that, you know, we're buying 100% renewable energy from PCE right now. So it's just an issue. This was principally an economic issue. It was substituting solar in one place for solar from another.
Yeah.
But I think that the assessment was right, that it's a marginal improvement, and with a big design change, it's a problem. It just wasn't designed for a PPA. So
Thank you. Okay, do we need a motion?
Marty has his hand up.
Yeah. In fact, that's what Councilmember Lewis was reading my mind, I guess. If you're going to take a vote on this, or someone can summarize exactly what the decision is on the board or in the council, so we know exactly what we can do moving forward.
I don't think it requires a vote. I think it's direction, and I think the direction is to put clay tiles on the whole roof.
And no stanchions, no PVs, right?
Right. No PV.
But the library is built as designed.
Yes,
Correct.
library is designed.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Good night.
Thank you.
Item number 21.
Informational.
Marty, you're up.
I thought Marty said good night. I'm like, wait a minute, Marty.
Someone said
We've
good night.
all
It
been
wasn't me.
out to the site, Marty.
We heard
Who
you
hasn't
enough,
been out
but-
there?
Yes.
Only Carrie hasn't been out to the site. Is that correct, Marty?
Well, there's a couple others too that haven't been. So, yeah, I've had 2 council members out there so far. Of course, you know, Councilmember Lewis was today, and Bill, you were there yesterday. And I'm open to have hopefully all the other ones whenever you got time to come out and see things. It's very active sites, as I think Councilmember Lewis and Bill Woodmer can attest to. The staff report, I'm not going to go through that in the interest of time. You see it, you know it. We've talked enough about things going on. I would just encourage everyone to get out to the site, take a tour. You know, George is out there all the time. Robert Brown was out there the other day. I had the police people out there the other day. And I think you're going to just get so excited when you see the stuff happening. And I don't know, Councilmember Lewis or Woodmer, do you want to say what your experience was with the site tour you had today and one yesterday?
It was awesome. It really was. It was really awesome. I took a picture of all the big gray pipes that were like spaghetti weaving themselves in and out. Now I just wonder what you're going to do with all that, Marty.
Well, it's plumb for whatever you guys decide, what you decide now, which we got now, the decision, but it's already set up for future. If you want to change and put PV and microgrid, it's all plumbed for that.
Gosh, amazing.
And then,
So I think, Marty, just kind of as a follow-up to Elizabeth's comments, you know, you guys have made a terrific amount of progress. And I thought that the check-in procedure, you know, is exactly as we said we want you to do, and that was is very formal, and I think that that's great, and I think that I didn't see anybody not social distancing, and so it looks like you've made a tremendous amount of progress. I was impressed with the work that you guys have done on the rammed earth wall, and it looks great. So I look forward to coming out in the next couple weeks again. Thanks.
Yeah, so I don't know if Jennifer's still on the line, but next Thursday, we're going to start shooting the Shot Creek against the rammed earth walls in the library over there. So that'd be a great time for anyone to come out and see what's going on there. And also, Councilmember Woodmer, regarding all the COVID, all the safety protocols that we've implemented per council direction. We actually had an outside auditor come in today, and they did a full audit, making sure everything was being complied with, and we got a full green light, 100% passed on that. And it was
Great.
by an OSHA certified outside consultant that came in and said that. So that was very nice and exciting to see that everything we're doing there is per code, per council direction. And it's working very well. And all the workers, you know, in the beginning, they were a little bit hesitant, putting on masks and all that. But now I think it's like just every day they're all used to it. So it's going very well, and I appreciate Jennifer and her staff working really hard on this, and it's been a real team effort.
Hey, Marty, how are we doing on schedule? Any concerns or where?
Well,
what do
as
you report?
Jennifer mentioned early on, there is impacts to the schedule regarding the COVID and suspension. It's outlined in my staff report because of the pandemic. They were on hold for the City Hall building for 13 work days, and for the library 30 working days. And so right now it's probably looking like early fall sometime is when we're going to get done instead of summer. So we're going to probably lose a couple months maybe, but that's things we're still working on with Amoroso to figure out that schedule impacts and how can we make up some of those days. So this is always work in progress. But whenever we do have schedule changes, that will come to council because only you can approve that.
Marty, just for the record, I mean, we've all been out there. You just have some frequent flyers. And Mike lives on the project.
Yeah, I go by the project like 10 times a day.
But it's not the same when you
Just for
go
the
upstairs on the second floor on the police and admin side.
That's
of that.
true. That's
You
true.
walk around there, it's a whole different viewpoint. So
That's
I'd
true.
encourage you to come out.
Yeah.
That's
When
true.
Mike gets out there, take a picture of him and put it on the website.
Well, and I think Councilmember Lewis might be starting a new fashion trend when she was out there with her all her PPE on stuff today.
Damn.
Yeah, that was
Hey, Marty,
pretty
just so I get it, the reason that we've lost 2 months, even though we lost 13 days on the council building or the administration building and 30 days in the library building, is that we are slightly less effective because of the constraints relating to COVID. Is that why?
Well, that's part of it. But even though when we were off for 13 days, everything was shut down, and it takes at least 3-4 days for them to remobilize and get back. And that same thing happened with the library. So it's a cumulative effect. Plus, we've had some delay impacts from other issues in the design portion that we're working with Amoroso on. So it's a cumulative number of different things.
Okay.
Great report, Marty. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Yeah, so
Thank you,
contact
Jennifer.
me
Thanks, Marty.
and we'll give you a nice, great tour out there.
I love your dog.
Yeah. Yeah. He's my baby. Yeah.
I can tell. Yeah, what a nice baby.
Yeah.
Okay.
All
Good
right, well,
night.
that's all I have for this then.
All right. Next. Is Greg Conlon here?
All right, Rick.
Good night.
Mayor? Oh. Did we-
I think we actually lost the mayor.
All right, Vice Mayor, it's up to you.
Okay, it's the vice mayor. Any more comments from anyone?
So Vice
Any
Mayor,
more reports?
there
If
was
not, this
there wa-
meeting is adjourned.
there's one person who asked that I read their comment that was emailed to council. You guys can do what you'd like. I'm just gonna read this for the record as requested.
Oh, and who did I get one?
Yeah, it was emailed to council a few days ago. Thomas Chalberg, Atherton resident.
Albert,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah, we
about
got
the
it.
tennis,
We all
about
got
the
it.
tennis?
Yeah, you
Uh-huh.
all got it, and he made sure this evening to request that I read it for the record. So I'm gonna.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. All right, go ahead and read it.
Greetings, I'm a resident of Atherton for several years. Like many residents, I'm concerned about COVID-19 health risks as well as the toll it is taking on our economy and social emotional well-being. I think everyone realizes this will continue to be a very challenging situation going forward. Given current state mandates and the health risks of reopening, I have found myself asking how instead of going back to how things were or standing still as things now are. How might we go forward to improve the lives of Atherton residents while still maintaining a high level of public safety? Along these lines, I would like to ask for your ideas on how we might utilize our town's resources and facilities to help make that possible. COVID-19 transmission outdoors appears to be extremely rare. The appropriate safe use of outdoor space needs to be an essential part of what local governments can offer to the public. First, I do hope that you will reopen the tennis courts and other outdoor sports facilities as soon as possible. Tennis and other outdoor distant activities are extremely safe, and particularly within guidelines proposed by USTA Second, along those same lines, how can we utilize the town's public facilities such as Holbrook Palmer Park to provide safe opportunities for activities with appropriate social distancing? I can imagine a safe, vibrant outdoor space such as a pop-up outdoor cafe during the summer months with tables safe distance apart. Equally possible would be an outdoor fine dining restaurant. Again, with safe space parts from tables and measures taken to ensure safety of patrons and staff. I'm confident, one, that the number of vendors or restaurateurs would be willing to participate and use mobile kitchens or food trucks. Two, residents would enjoy the opportunity to use the park in this way. Three, that the town could charge dinners and recover any costs. And most importantly, four, that this could be done without any more risk than ordering takeout from a restaurant allowed under the current state and county rules. He goes on to just thank council for what they've done and want you to take this under consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Anthony. Yeah, that was a very good letter. I read it very detailed. Thank you, Thomas. It was nice. And wouldn't that be nice if all that could happen? So hopefully we'll be working towards some of that. Any more comments for council?
Aye.
Move to adjourn.
Good evening.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So moved. Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Good night.
Good night.
Night.
Good night, Mona.
Good night.